The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
That's been following the case very closely. Jimmy Williams is with us. Jimmy, great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. Let me ask you, you've been in the middle of this. I'm trying to put it all together. Are you from the area?
Hey everybody, it's Mike for Profiling Evil, and I'm here with Dolly Vision at Cont 2024.
Good to see you guys in the room. I don't know what keeps going on, but every time I go live, for some reason, my microphone turns off. Can you guys hear me? Give me the thumbs up if you can hear me. I got to do some corrections on some things. Today is day one of the Alec Baldwin trial. So he faces involuntary manslaughter charges. He faces 18 months in prison if found guilty. So, of course, leave your DNA on the like button just in case Alec Baldwin accidentally shoots your ass, okay? So we're about, 30 minutes before the trial starts. I just wanted to get here a little bit early with you guys so we could go over some of this stuff. Now, this is about the movie Rust and a shooting that took place in the movie. This ain't the first time something like this has happened where, a motion picture has a lot of guns in it and somehow a live round got put into a gun and shot and killed somebody. Can anybody else name a movie that this has happened in? Because let me see how smart you guys are. I'll give y'all a hint. Waka! Bruce Lee's son. Okay, Bruce Lee's son. Anybody know? Anybody know what movie it happened in? And of course, we can talk about the curse of Bruce Lee also this morning, right? The Crow. Of course, the Crow, Bruce Lee's son. There's a scene in it where he jumps up onto the table and everybody pulls out their guns and they're shooting them on the table. Well, it just happened to be one of those bullets was a live round. Okay. Now they're going into the courtroom now. Alec Baldwin is. Let me see if I can share the screen with y'all. Share screen, entire screen. Let's get this going. Share, add to stream. Okay. This is just them entering the courtroom now. Okay. The media going crazy. So court starts in about 30 minutes, opening statements.
I'm here with Gloria Allred. Gloria Allred represents the family in Ukraine of Halyna Hutchins, her mother, father, and sister. So Gloria, you're here in Santa Fe. We spoke the other day at length. You're here, you said the family can't come because they're in a war zone in Kyiv, in Ukraine. So they're looking for the truth about what happened to
Good morning, guys.
That's correct.
Make sure you like the video if you're just tuning in.
The family of Halyna Hutchins. Halyna, of course, was killed by the gun that Alec Baldwin was holding and that fired into her, taking her life and injuring Joel Souza, the assistant director. So we would like truth. We would like justice. I think there was justice for Hannah Gutierrez. So this is
Alex said he never pulled the trigger.
Who is Halyna's mother. This is Halyna. And this is Halyna's son, Andros, much younger. Yeah.
And what brings you out here today?
What brings me out here today is, and I will be here for almost all of the trial.
Accidents happen, Sylvia.
Olga, Halyna's father, Anatoly, and her sister cannot come here because they live in a war zone in Ukraine, in Kyiv. It's very hard for them to leave the country. So I represent them.
Oh, her family couldn't make it.
In a civil suit against Alec Baldwin. And he, through his attorneys, have attacked them unfairly, suggested that they didn't have a close relationship with Halyna, which was false, and we can prove it, and we will prove it. So we are going to be here. I'm going to be telling them what happens in court.
There shouldn't be any live rounds on set. I agree.
If they feel that there has been justice. I know that yesterday, Alec Baldwin brought one of his 7 children. I know that he has apparently signed up for a reality show. This is not a reality show. This is a trial for involuntary manslaughter of a young, talented cinematographer. She had a right to be safe on that set, as did every member of the crew. Now, I don't know whether Alec Baldwin yesterday decided to make holding his baby or his wife holding the baby and then
Where's the baby?
Handing her to a nanny. Or maybe it was a producer for the reality show. I don't know. But all I can tell you is it is, as I have said previously, cynical and potentially a calculated public relations move to make him feel more sympathetic or seem more sympathetic to the jury. Gloria, this is a child as well. This was Halyna's child, who no longer has a mother. This was the grandchild of Halyna's mother, Olga, and Anatoly. So let's not forget, this is a real case in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it has to be taken seriously.
And there's a report about if he goes to jail, he's going to film his reality show from jail. What do you think of that?
Film his reality show from
Don't know
jail.
what his plans are. I don't care what his plans are, except if he uses this trial and his children as part of a reality show, I think it's sick.
Gloria, this makes the beginning.
I mean, Karen Reed's filming the Netflix right now.
Well, they wish they could be here. They can't, so I'll be here. Olga came, traveled from 4 countries on the anniversary of Halyna's death.
Hello, Captain.
She was there, and I was there with her at the gravesite in Hollywood Forever Cemetery, and it was just sad. Very, very sad.
Well, they got to stop killing people on movie sets.
Right now, the war is worse, as you know. There's bombing of children.
If you're just tuning in, hit the like button, guys.
The fact that this reality TV show is being filmed, how does that make Miss Hutchins' family feel?
I actually haven't discussed the reality show with them. I don't want to add to the hurt that they feel. And they grieve every day for the loss of Halyna because they had a very close relationship with her.
And you'll be communicating with them throughout the
I
trial.
will be communicating with them. By the way, they don't speak English, but we have a lawyer on our team.
She's an ambulance chaser.
Ukrainian and Russian, and
what
will be translating for me.
What would the family like to see? What they were heading to go to
They
jail?
want to find the truth about what really happened.
Did somebody purposely put that bullet there?
Pull the trigger. I guess we'll find out during the trial whether he pulled the trigger or not.
Gloria, what's your last name, please?
What's my list?
Yes.
Allred.
You're a friend of the family.
No, I'm an attorney representing the family. Meaning
Does it come across well?
And the sister.
Gloria, I just stepped up. What's the
I
main
do have
purpose
to go
of
into
you?
court.
I understand. What's the main purpose of you being here today?
The main purpose is to hear what is happening in this trial of Alec Baldwin, and to remind everybody, there is a young woman who
It's the
is
one-word
deceased
name
because
movies.
He held the gun.
Crow,
from which the bullet was
Rust.
discharged that killed her. We'll find out whether he's guilty.
Good morning,
or not.
Sarah.
That's really up to the jury, and I respect the jury process. But no question he killed her. And I'll have more to say about that at lunchtime. Okay.
You always thought someone else loaded the gun?
Cassie.
Well, you know, there's been a lot of movies that bullets have ended up on the set, you know, people going out firing their guns, leaving bullets in the car and then taking guns out the vehicle and accidentally grabbing real bullets. This is a hard conviction. You know, accident happened. This ain't the first movie that this happened in. You know, The Crow, it happened in. Other movies that's happened in. I don't remember anybody going to jail in The Crow for Bruce Lee's kid being killed. You know, they always say it's the curse of Bruce Lee that, you know, if your last name is Damn Lee, you're destined to die some crazy ass way. So, like I said, we're about 20 minutes out from opening statements. New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. Because of the movie Rust, the gun was fired, shot somebody on the movie set. You know, here's the thing. If I shot and killed somebody, Brandon Lee, yes, it's sad to see Brandon Lee get shot like that. They did at least finish up the movie, and the movie did come out, which is a good thing. You know, then, of course, the sequel with somebody else. But Now, if I'm in a movie that they're doing a bunch of shooting in, I'm going to put a bulletproof vest on before. The Crow wasn't a live round, Dolly Vision. What kind of round was it then? He was damn sure shot. I thought it was one that was there was a bullet in the chamber or something, and then they shot it out with like a blank, and the bullet still pierced his chest and killed him. Is that right? I just know he was shot during the making of the movie. I can't believe they got a jury this fast. Yes, he was. Make sure y'all share this on your Facebook. Let's see if we can get some more people here this morning. I guess everybody's still in bed. Wake up. It was Wadden that got tacked wrong. You haven't been to bed, Nanny? Well, they were talking about a civil suit. I don't know if a settlement has been reached. That's not far from downtown. Okay. Yeah, right. You would think that if somebody's going to shoot a gun at you in the movie, you should be allowed as the actor to go check the gun itself. Okay, it was a live round, people. In the Brandon Lee thing, I thought it was a bullet that was lodged in the gun, and then they fired a blank, and then it projected the bullet and killed him. I'm not for sure. Either way, he was shot and killed in the damn movie. That sucks. You know, you just sitting there shooting a movie, and the next thing you know, boom, somebody goes down, and man, 18 months though is not much for involuntary manslaughter. 18 months. What are you going to really do? Like a year? Because what do you do? 85% of your time on a felony. So he would do like a year in jail. That's really not much, And, he'll be isolated because he's a celebrity. I doubt he is convicted, but hey, we're going to find out. I always say money talks, bullshit walks. So we'll get to see a little bit in this. If money can buy his way out of it. I forgot my drink sitting at work, thirsty AF. Okay. If the gun is in your hand, you check it, period. 18 months is a skip, a slap on the wrist. I think so. It was a woman. If hidden cameras had been placed in place unknown to those on the movie set, we would know. Yeah, but you don't never think nothing like that's really going to happen. He got like 7 kids. Well, he might be he might be hearing trays. You know what I'm saying? He might be hearing trays for a good year. I doubt it, though. I really seriously doubt it. He's too rich, too powerful, been in too many movies. And, basically it is an accident. I don't think nobody purposely tried to kill somebody on the set of the movie. The lady that loaded that was charged. I mean, hold on. Let me see what that said. He didn't think it was loaded. There was 2 people shot. One lived. Yeah, I know the same bullet hit. What was it? The assistant director. Okay. PJ, I am sending you a drink. And of course, he's seen those comments. Okay. He has money. He'll be free, unfortunately. I agree with that 100%. Alex is guilty. He pulled that trigger. Boiling eggs and soybean food. Bullshit. Martha Stewart is big and she pulled time. Yeah, but that was for tax evasion. You know what I'm saying? Inside, what was it? Not tax invasion, but she was insider trading. That's what Martha Stewart did. She was, getting rid of stuff while everybody else was taking a hit because she had knowledge of what was going on. So we just now wait. We got about 15 minutes before opening statements. And I'm going to be in and out to chat with you guys today. I'm going to be trying to get some stuff done around here while we live stream this trial. And of course, when I go to sidebar, take breaks, I'll be here with you. What's up, Wes? Says Dolly for president. Stock trading. Yes. Inside trading. The video of him being so reckless with the guns are going to get him. Now, either way, if you're reckless with it, you're playing with it, you think it's a prop. If I walk onto a movie set, I'm not thinking, I know the guns are real guns, but I'm not thinking they're loaded. But I guess we should have learned from the movie The Crow to, when you check them, to double check, to triple check. You never know when something really could happen. YouTube has so much drama. Yeah, I've been trying to stay away from the drama of it. The whole thing, all the stuff that's been going on in the Sebastian case and all these crazy ass YouTubers out here fighting and acting a fool. So we decided to do something else different. We don't want to follow that same path. We keep it true crime all the time. Okay. So New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin today. Day one, opening statements. We get to hear what they say. I'm sure this is going to go on for, I don't know, the next few weeks. He is the producer. Amen. A law was. Hold on. I missed something here. Dolly doing the right thing. Definitely. I try to do the right thing. I don't want to be caught up in all the chaos of all this YouTube stuff. We'll get back to sharing, certain people when a lot of these clowns go away, and there's the whole Sebastian stuff is nothing but a circus. There ain't nothing new. So I figured I'd come up here and cover this trial instead of kicking a dead horse, literally, so responsibility is with the prop master, not the actors. I agree with that. I mean, they got to have some type of protocol put into place to where these guns are checked, double checked, triple checked. And then before they shot at you, you should be able to check them. If like one of the viewers said, if you're pointing a gun at me, I want to know for a fact that's not loaded. Now, I ain't going to take your word for it. And then you end up shooting me. Okay. So everybody's still making their way into the courthouse. It'll start off in, I don't know, we got about 13 minutes before we hear opening statements in this. And I guess, what is it? New Mexico is an hour back. So I guess it starts at 9:30 there, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. Loaded guns should be held responsible. Yes. If I'm walking a movie set as an actor, you hand me a gun and I shoot somebody with it, I don't believe that should be my fault. Okay. I didn't put the bullets in the gun. It ain't guns that kill people. It's bullets that kill people. Okay. Bullets are the ones that kill people. Whoever put that bullet in the gun is the one that killed this lady. Good morning, Dolly, PJ Mods, chat. Just recovering from neck surgery. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Courtney, we're hoping you're having a good day. Take it easy. Don't move your head around too much. Just relax. Okay. New Mexico is the same time I am. It is 7:18 a.m. Oh, okay. All right. So I guess it's a couple hours back. But I know it starts here, 10:30 our time. People kill people, Dolly. I guess so, but usually it's the bullets that get you. The lady was, yeah, but where did the bullet come from? Did somebody purposely bring a bullet to the set? How did a bullet get mixed up with the other bullets? And here's another thing. Why ain't the blanks painted like bright orange, like a toy gun? So they're toy bullets. I don't get that. Why don't they neon color the bullets And then when you're putting them in there, if one ain't neon colored, there's a possibility that it's a real bullet. Like they should have somebody inspect the bullets, paint them a certain color so you know that that is a dud before them damn things go in the gun. I mean, you can't have a blank that looks just like a real bullet and people are grabbing stuff and they accidentally throw a real bullet in there. Dolly, you ain't going to shoot a gun loaded for you without checking it. A person has to pull the trigger. I agree that somebody has to pull the trigger, but you're pulling. That's like me thinking I got a water gun, right? You're supposed to hand me a water gun and you hand me a real gun and I shoot you. It's horrible, but you know, I thought it was a damn water gun. I thought water was going to squirt you and you was going to be okay. There's no intent to kill somebody. You know, you don't, if you don't know, you don't know. People use nail polish to mark the bullets. Well, I'm saying these bullets should be neon green, you know, neon orange, something that stands out really, really noticeable. So when you're doing this, you don't accidentally put something in there that kills somebody. Speakeasy. Dallas says revolver was loaded with blanks. The gunpowder in the blank cartridge ignited. Fragment shot Lee. Okay. Thank you. Brandon Lee. I mean, I knew it was something like that it was loaded and there was something in the gun and then they put a blank in it and it fired whatever projectile was in the gun out. Just either way, tragic accident that took place in the making of the movie Crow. Rust, the same thing, you know, basically somebody put a damn bullet in there. And there should definitely not be no live ammo on set. I agree, Dolly. They should be marked. Yeah, you know, they should be a certain color that really stands out. You know, if they all look like bullets, how do you know you're not putting a real bullet in there? Did not know that bullets were even allowed on set. That's what I'm saying. How did the bullet get there? I thought that the case is this, that the woman had some real bullets in her trunk. And then when she reached in there to grab all the prop stuff, she accidentally grabbed some real bullets. Why they need bullets at all? They shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have been there. It should have just been blanks. Now, blanks look like bullets. If you ever seen a blank, it looks just like a bullet. I mean, a little bit different, but if you're loading stuff fast and not paying attention, I could see it happening. I could definitely see it happening. Thousands of movies are filmed and it ain't happened since Brandon Lee. Check out similar case. Very handsome young actor shot himself allegedly with a prop gun. Wow. So, I mean, this happens a little more than you think it does. Wear a vest, but not shoes, Dolly. The person responsible for loading it, I think, done it. Well, yeah, you can't hold everybody on the set responsible for loading the gun. You know, one person loaded the gun. Whoever loaded the gun, I believe, is the person responsible for it, because they should be, if they are loading weapons, they should be trained in the weapon to know a real bullet from a fake bullet. That's what I'm saying. How did it get there to begin with? Well, I mean, I've heard rumors that, you know, they didn't like this lady. They wanted her dead. You know how the internet is. They come up with a little bit of everything. She should be held responsible. What are the different type of fake rounds? I don't know. I'm not a real big gun person. I mean, all I know is they sell blanks for little starter pistols. Like if you're running in a race and you got like a little 22 starter pistol, they sell the little blanks. You can put them in there and poof, and it just makes the noise. It don't shoot out a projectile. I don't know how many different types of blanks there are, but I'm assuming that blanks for every gun, because you see in the movies sometimes they have a pistol, sometimes they'll have a machine gun, and a lot of these days they don't even really fire the guns. It's all CGI. They just add the little smoke to the gun as they're, kind of acting like you're shooting it. So in a lot of the newer movies, they don't even shoot blanks. They just add that in post, like the gunshot noises, the fire and the smoke from the barrel of the gun. Usually these days, that stuff is CGI. So they were actually using real guns with blanks. And you see what happened. Now the guns they should use fake guns, but they don't. They use real guns because, in a movie, you want the gun to look real. He's going to walk for sure. All right, let's do a little poll. If you think Alec Baldwin is going to walk, press 1. If you think he will be found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, do 18 months, press 2. All right. There's 420 of you here with me right now. Kind of slow this morning. Where's everybody at? But good morning to the people that did show up. A lot of people don't like court. All right. I see a lot of ones. Okay. We're going to find out here soon. Well, probably not today. It's going to be a little while, but we'll get the rundown for sure. Just not sure. Yeah. Here's the thing. It's not like he's facing forever in prison. 18 months. Let's be honest. He can easily do 18 months. When he gets out, he's still sleeping on feathers and a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like he ain't going to have canteen. I only watch you, Dolly. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sunshine. All right. Are we starting up yet? We're gonna jump over to Court TV when we start, though. I'd rather watch Court TV. So Court TV ain't started yet. Wait, let's see. Yeah, they have. Let's go ahead and jump over to this. All right, we got to do this. We got to switch where I don't got commercials. Give me 1 second. And they don't have the volume on right yet. So as soon as their volume comes on, we'll know. Let's see. Let's go to Court TV here. This way we don't keep getting commercials. I'll pay for premium on this other site. All right, let's stop this. Now we won't get any more commercials. Since he's being tried in New Mexico, he will probably do some time. I don't know. Just please, everyone, never point a gun at a person, even if you check it. I'm worried about people. That's like PJ. I always get on to her about, when you come in the house, take the clip out, unchamber your weapon. Because she's one of those ones that like to keep the damn thing chambered, ready to go, right? She's ready for war at all times. But I'm like, look, ain't nobody gonna get us, unchamber that shit. Accidents do happen. You got your gun loaded, chambered, you could drop it, that damn thing go off, shoot me in the head or something. He's not wearing glasses today. I love my YouTube Prime. Yeah, well, I got the YouTube Premium on one account, but I got multiple accounts, so now we shouldn't get any more commercials on this account. He doesn't let me keep the magazine in the weapon. It's a little silly. I'm not handling it. Yeah, I mean, if we go somewhere and there's a situation where I think, okay, well, maybe let's throw the clip in, ready to go.
1 2
But when we're
1
sitting
2
around the house, there ain't
1
nobody.
2
I don't worry about
1
stuff
2
like that.
1 2.
I keep mine ready, but no kids around. Well, there ain't no kids around here either. I just don't want some crazy accident to happen, and one of us, me, right? Me get shot. I don't bring it anymore at Dolly. It's not that serious. I just don't have it with me most of the time. Well, I keep mine here, but I don't keep it loaded either. I just have the clip up there. I'm one of those two people things, like I got to really think about it before I put a hole in your ass. Brave browser don't have ads. Okay. What's up, Peach Cobbler? If people would just keep their stuff locked up, we wouldn't have children. Yeah, how many kids have got into their parents, firearms and accidentally done something terrible to themselves? It's a lot. Definitely a lot. I hike alone, so I play stupid games and have to keep one. Well, yeah, if you're out there hiking in the mountains, I mean, if I was in a situation where I needed one, of course, I would have it on me. I would have it chambered, all those things. I do not know what's going on with my mixer, guys. It keeps losing sound. Let me close this. And I do not know why I keep getting an error. Yes. Okay, let's see if this updates. It's updating my firmware. Check. Y'all can hear everything okay, right? Okay, it's updating. Come on now. Come on. Vice installing updates. Okay, come on. Hurry up. Updates usually help. Yeah, I know it's updating now. For some reason, my mixer keeps cutting off. It's set up digitally, right? So something's going on. It keeps resetting the mixer. I don't know if it's just a firm Okay, y'all should be able to hear me now. Can y'all hear me? Give me the thumbs up if y'all can hear me. Thumbs up. We good? Can y'all hear me? Yes. Okay, y'all can hear me now. Okay. All right, we're good to go then. Let me share this again. Okay. So now we should be good to go. All right. Glad you guys can hear me. I don't know what's with all the technical difficulties today. Maybe it was just that firmware update that my mixer needed. Poor PJ, he has selective sight. My husband has selective hearing. Yeah, I don't see everything in the chat room, guys. I'm not staring at the chat room. I'm not purposely trying to miss anybody. It's just sometimes I ain't even looking at it. No sound. Yeah, the court don't have any sound yet. Okay. Long as I have sound, you're good. They're not doing anything to have sound. Gun safety, consider every gun is loaded, never pointed at anyone. You know, my buddy, he comes over all the time. He's one of those gun happy dudes. He likes to play with his gun all the time. He's always cleaning it. And I told him, I said, man, you need to stop playing with that damn gun. The same day I told him that, he goes home, sits on his couch, pulls his gun out, messing with it, shoots right through his PlayStation. Okay. Shoots a hole right through his PlayStation, through the floor, and into his downstairs neighbor's house. Okay. And I told him, he was like, yeah, man, I probably should listen to you about playing with that damn gun. He's like, I'm lucky I didn't kill one of my neighbors. And I was like, see, I told you, but he shot a hole right through his PlayStation. So live and learn. Don't play with guns. They can be dangerous. I mean, nobody thinks the gun's going to go off, right? I was at a karate studio one night, Chuck Norris Karate Studio. It's where they teach, karate. Waka-ga-ga, right? And I go to get out the vehicle, and the guy next to me shoots himself in the leg. Gets out the vehicle, drops a gun, shoots himself in the leg. So, guns will go off from dropping them. LOL, Dolly. All long distance circuits are busy. Try later here in Missouri. Never happened before. News Nation interview with Original Armory. The court starts when it starts. There's no sound. Yeah, when they come out, they'll turn the sound on. Right now, they're just in limbo. Oh, one of my childhood friends were playing with a gun and her sibling, and she got shot and killed. That's what I mean. Guns are dangerous. Dolly's karate sound effects are everything. I didn't have a gun. You like Kurt Cobain, right? F around and find out. Goodbye, PlayStation, right? 12 years old. That is sad. That is super sad. Wow. So we got 435 of you here with me this morning. Good morning, my beautiful people. For my early people that are up early, Dolly's usually late night, but I'm glad that at least 400 of you could stop by to hang out with me. There's 2 hours behind us, so I'm thinking they start at 9 a.m. their time, 11 ours. Well, I heard 10:30 our time, but if it is something like that, that's a pretty good wait. All right, so we got it. We got a few minutes. Good morning, Dolly and PJ. Good morning, Steph. Good morning, Allie. So, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to run grab me a cup of ice, and I'll be right back with you. All right, I'm going to mute me. I'll be right. All right, I'm back with you guys. I just had to grab me a drink real fast. Yes, it's going to be hot on the East Coast today. There is a heat advisory for Virginia today from 10 to 10 at night. So they're expecting it to be damn scorching hot here today. I bet it gets dark early there. Dolly, what about... Where is everyone? Usually there's 1,000 here. Well, maybe everybody's not interested in the Alec Baldwin trial. Okay. Maybe they're into the drama this morning, the fighting, and whatever it may be, but we ain't doing that today. I can tell you that. We taking it easy. We chilling. We watching some court. West Virginia's in the house. It's already 90 degrees in Pittsburgh. I bet. I don't know how hot it is here, but it's pretty warm already. Okay, I just seen the camera move. Let's hope we get some action here shortly. Eastern Kentucky, it's a little cooler today. Happy hump day, Dolly and Queen PJ. Thank you, guys. I take it as Wednesday. I didn't know it was Wednesday. Glad you told me. I'd be losing track of days. It's crappy weather in the UK. Well, we got like a heat front coming through the East Coast. And like I said, there's heat advisories everywhere. So if you're outside today on the East Coast, make sure you stay cool. Stay in the shade if you can. It's only going to get hotter as the day progresses. Veronica with the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you for keeping Dolly alive. Okay. I'll put that on my breakfast. I already ate though. I went to Chick-fil-A this morning. Got me some little chicken minis, little tiny biscuits. They're pretty damn good though. And sweet tea with half lemonade. So I'm good to go this morning. It's heating up. We had rain this morning in coastal North Carolina. It looks like it's going to rain here, but like quickly, like, a little downpour, and then it's going to be 1,000 degrees. I'm so happy you ain't into all that drama. It's very sad what they will do for views. I agree with you, prayer warrior, that they will kill each other for, a click and a view. It's not that important. You know what I'm saying? It really ain't. It's not that important. People like to fight. They like to argue, go back and forth. It draws in views. People say they don't like watching drama, but there's a big audience for drama. It's just, I don't like it. And there's a lot bigger audiences and other things. So they're kind of trapped in that they got to fight with each other. They got to have an enemy. See, I don't got to have an enemy. I just come up here and do my thing. It ain't always about, F this person, F that person. But if that's how they bait in their viewers, then more power to those channels. It's actually nice in KCMO at the moment. Not hot yet. Well, I was out early this morning. I had to go by Home Depot. I had to buy some little latches for my RV. I went to Chick-fil-A. It was getting warm, but it wasn't like dreadfully hot. I know when it's hot. When I start sweating, it's hot. Usually I never sweat. I don't do anything to make me sweat. That's how lazy I am. If I start sweating, I know it's hot at that point. I'm like, man, it must be really hot if I'm sweating. Take a break from the drama is the best. Things to do. And yes, people love drama. Well, they can have all that. If they want to sit around and call each other names all day, and more power to them. And, I can't take all the panels. People get on these panels and they start bitching. It's like 15 people talking at once, over talking each other. And it's just a bunch of mad women. I come to the internet to escape, like take my mind off of things. Right. I don't come to the internet to listen to women bitch. And that's what it seems to be a lot of. Because, so many people try to act like they're true crime, and really they're not true crime channels. They're drama channels or crama. They just cover the true crime so they can bait people in to listen to them cuss each other out. It's like when somebody puts let's just say they put Sebastian Rogers in the title of their video, and then the whole video is F Dolly. Okay, F Dolly this, Dolly's that. But you titled the video Sebastian Rogers update, and then the whole video is no update, and it's just you bitching about another YouTuber. That's what most of these channels out here are, So everybody's been going crazy about the damn dog handler. Who cares? When did that shit become important in a missing kid case? Is the dog handler really a dog handler? Is she not a dog handler? This lady's a bigot. She's a racist. It's all that shit going on. It's so quickly the people lose sight of what they're talking about. It's about Sebastian Rogers and all these people. They didn't turn looking for this little boy into a war between all these different channels, right? I swear they planned this shit. They have to plan it. I don't like panels. I don't come to YouTube to watch conference calls. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's a bunch of people with their shitty opinions and all talking at once, and it's just chaos. So I try to stay away from it. We just do the calls where there's one person talking. I used to do panels, and then it became annoying. Then I just went back to straight phone calls. All right, here we go. About damn time. I'm ready to rock. Okay, why ain't we got sound? No sound yet. Hold on. We're still waiting for Court TV to turn the juice on. There's Alec. Look, he's like, man, I hope I don't go to prison today. He's thinking, when I leave here, I'm buying me a Lambo. That's what I'd be thinking. Okay. He's thinking right now, Karen Reed's guilty. And they got me up in here. He should have got Alan Jackson, right? He should have got Alan Jackson. We got a lady judge. That we do. Let's see if we got any sound on the other stuff. We got no sound here yet. All right, give me this. Do I still have law and crime? Let me see if they got sound. No sound on either one. Okay, law and crime ain't got sound, and Court TV ain't got sound. All right. He's so privileged that it makes you sick. He's innocent. Well, if he didn't load the gun and he didn't know there was real bullets in it, I would say he's innocent too. Like, what reason would he have to want to kill this lady, throw his life away? The man is a millionaire movie star. Why would he want to hurt anybody? I like the Baldwins. Lots of talent. There's like 50 of them, ain't it? Like, he got 72 brothers. Challenge Daily. Thank you for your support. Thank you, guys. 3 months. He's innocent, right? We're going to find out. We'll find out. I mean, we won't find out today. We'll just get, the opening statements, a little bit of the stuff going on today. At least they didn't have it in a little tiny ass Karen Reed courtroom. And you ain't got a bunch of Alec Baldwin simps out front of it screaming he's innocent with signs, wearing pink shirts. Just saying. Why would he be so careless? How do you know, though? If somebody hands you a gun on a movie set, you thinking it's a prop gun with blanks, and you pull the trigger. Maybe when you do that in a movie, you shouldn't aim directly at somebody. Is the camera going to be able to tell if you're aiming a little off to the right? If you aiming directly at somebody, why don't they shoot when they tell you to shoot at you in the movie, just in case, shoot off a little bit. That way you don't murder nobody. Let's see what this says. Be sure to credit the original coverage since you'll be stream sniping like others do as well for trials. Well, we're watching court TV. It's clear as day in the corner of the screen says court TV. So I mean, how much shouting out do I got to say when it's plastered on the screen? Court TV, you know what I'm saying? And court TV, they don't care if you stream snipe. You know, news, education, stuff like that. It's to inform. So they're not going to strike you anyway. It falls under the guidelines. Okay. Anything to educate you, to inform you, news, stuff like that, you can share on YouTube. That's why so many people share the news and don't get struck. How Brandon Lee the Crow died. She asked him to aim at her. Stream sniping is a gaming term that is not illegal here. Anything with commentary is fair on YouTube. That is very true. Long as I'm adding to it, doing my commentary to it, you can show it. Even if they were to strike it, you could dispute it and it would come down in 10 days. So there's his brother. They've been in so many movies. I can't even count. I mean, it had to be 300 movies they've been in. Happy to be here without drama. Thank you, Grandma. Yeah, no drama here today. We got one of those boring ass court days. But I'm going to try to make it as entertaining as I can with you guys. Hey, Star, good to see you. Dolly, most actors on set say they still check the gun with the he rushed everything on set. Well, then I mean, it's still an accident. I could see if this was a civil suit, wrongful death, right? Which I'm sure they're gonna get him on. They're gonna go for the bag next, right? But as far as the criminal charges, he didn't purposely hurt anybody. So, and it was really was it neglect of his own? Like, is he required to check the gun and then didn't? I don't think that's the case. I can't find my share. Hey, what is up, Jax? I think Daniel Baldwin. Okay, let's see if we got sound on the other, on Law and Crime. Give me 1 second. This whole no sound thing. I know there ain't nothing to hear yet, but I'm just going to make sure. Okay, let's. Still no sound on either one. Okay, come on. Turn the damn sound. Let's get this party started. You got everybody in the courtroom just sitting there all quiet. Starts in 6 minutes. Okay. All right. Well, I got 6 minutes. There's almost 500 of you in here now. Guys, I'm going to need every one of you to hit the like for me because there ain't as many people here this morning. Okay. So we get these likes up. We can get into the algorithm a little bit, bring in some new people, bring in some new thoughts, new opinions. So make sure y'all take a second, like the video. And then once you like the video, I want y'all to shout out in the chat room where you're watching from, okay? So like the video real fast and then shout out where you're watching my ugly face from this morning. I was going to go to the water park this morning, but I skipped it. I was like, nah, I'm going to stay here. We'll do this trial, hang out in the AC instead of being out there and even in the water. Last time I went to the water park, it was so hot that the water was hot. It was like getting in a hot ass bathtub. I see Illinois, Nebraska, Tennessee, Colorado's in the house. You share it to your Facebook. Thank you so much. That is a great way to help us. Share it into your Facebook or a Facebook group that, you know, is true crime or anything to do with this. Missouri's in the house, Washington, Texas, Ohio, more Texas. Good to see you guys. If someone hands you a gun, you're going to personally check it yourself. I see Ireland's in the house, Kentucky. Jenny, thank you for trial coverage. Not a problem. Glad I could be here with you guys this morning. We had to talk about something, and I just didn't want to kick a dead horse. Okay. I've been trying to bring newer things to it. You know, there's only so much you can talk about Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells until it gets old. But you know, people are gonna ride it till it dies. Okay, ride it till the wheels fall off. So I figured we would do something else. Left my DNA on the way from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Thank you, Super Chat, for support of the channel and generosity is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Sarcasm. Couldn't said it better myself. Ohio, where we used to be known for pottery, capital of the world. Minnesota's in the house. How y'all all from hurricane surviving? Cobra Kai. What's up, Cobra Kai? Yeah, well, we didn't get a big storm here. So, you know, you guys in Texas that got hit with that hurricane, and I'm glad everybody is safe. All right. All rise for the dolly. Okay. Bama's in the house from New York. Hey, Alley Books. I love watching trials with you, Dolly. Okay. The Hatters Madness. So which ones have we done so far? We've done a little bit of the Karen Reed one, which I couldn't take Karen Reed. It was so boring. A good one was the Harmony Montgomery trial. That was a really good trial. Like, it wasn't boring. It was like something happening every day. It was a good one, right? I really enjoyed the Harmony Montgomery one. At least we got some justice for that little girl. I wish they had found her, you know, that they would have gave up where she was at. We also did the Cody Bigsby one, Corey Bigsby. He got 40 years. Okay, he still got charges that he got to go for. So we covered that one. This one, we're going to be covering the Stephen Stearns stuff. Apparently, Stephen Stearns has some. Is it today, PJ? He has some court things going on today. But I think he's going to be one of those people too that don't show up for court, right, until he has to. You fell asleep watching Karen? I did too. I fell slam asleep on the live and was snoring. Okay. That's when I knew. I was like, okay, I cannot cover this case. It's just too boring. So sometimes, like, I went back and I sent you the article on Stearns. Okay, stop. I sent you the article on Stearns. Let me pull that up real quick. Because I knew it was something about today. Give me one. All right, here we go.
The matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin.
We'll go to the Stephen Stearns stuff when we take a break.
All right, jury. What are you doing? Oh, I have it on. So I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom. Okay. All right. So I'm going to this is a criminal case, as you know. I'm going to reread D101CR 2024-13. It's very formal. State of New Mexico so we'll go with that. Alexander Count one, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021.
We got two things going.
In Santa Fe County, New Mexico. So State of New Mexico. I've already sworn you in, Creek, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom. Okay. All right. So I'm going to this
jury will not be filmed.
You know, I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count one, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, NM 87508. The above-named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm.
I don't know how that can be when you're in a movie.
Count one in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. The above-named defendant did cause the death of
The
Halyna
Baldwin brothers
Hutchins
are handsome.
by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such that an ordinary person would anticipate that death might occur under the circumstances.
Not guilty.
Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions. All right. Along with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay?
I don't even think he should.
Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days. Wednesday,
8
Thursday,
days.
Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time.
Okay, this is going to be a quick one.
The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30, unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take
Alec,
water into the courtroom with
guilty
you,
and a
and you can also take
narcissist.
coffee or tea or
Tea
if you have a
glass.
lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be
10-day
seated,
trial.
and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll
it's
try
hot.
to get the county in here if it
It's hot in New
plummets
Mexico.
too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pen. Okay.
A pen and a pad.
Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair. You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded. Okay. Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay.
Pay attention. This
Statements of
lady
the
don't
lawyers,
play.
however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room
Pity
to
should get
arrive at
life.
a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself,
All right.
a question is
I
not
think we got
evidence.
it.
You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the
He loaded the
reasonableness
gun.
of the testimony
Should be on her.
considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand.
If you get a
Okay?
commercial, just skip it.
I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay?
You're not a jury,
If an
right?
exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing
Granny.
wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they're not being rude. They are just carefully observing this rule. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
All right, let's do it.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
She was tried and found guilty. The lady that loaded the gun. He didn't load the gun. He just shot the gun. But they were saying there was a whole lot of rushing going on to shoot the movie, and they didn't take their time. Certain precautions wasn't taken. And then he got the gun, and he shot and killed the lady. Not only here, but hit the assistant director too. So didn't kill her, but killed the actress. Sad. Just a freak accident, basically. But, you know, listen, somebody got to be held responsible. Hannah Reed was found guilty on a charge of involuntary manslaughter, but acquitted of tampering with evidence. Okay. You know, they need to make these bullets more people more aware which ones are the blanks and which one are real bullets. Real bullets shouldn't be on the set at all. Okay. Like I said, this ain't the first person to get shot in a movie, and I doubt it will honestly be the last. I don't know. It was a $30,000 budget. Are you getting storms from? No, we ain't got no storms. So already we done went to mute. True, real bullets shouldn't be on the set. Absolutely not. You shouldn't be able to bring a real gun to the set. Even for protection, because you might accidentally, them bullets may accidentally get mixed up. That gun may accidentally get mixed up.
Thank you. Good morning. When
Dolly,
someone
bring in the
plays
facts.
make-believe with a real gun in a real life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, it's straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real life workplace for many people.
Amen.
But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn that some of the people who were hired to work
Alexandria.
at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
Them damn
You will
Reed
hear
women always
testimony
killing
from
people.
crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Halyna Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, There are people who act in a reckless manner and
Rest in
place
peace to
other
her.
individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver,
The biggest gun
a
he could
replica
get.
of an 1873 single action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect
He didn't know the
working
bullet was.
condition.
He didn't know the bullet was in it,
You
though.
will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Russ Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to
Whoever
have a
loaded the
training
gun,
session
that's whose fault it is.
with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun. You will learn,
Thank you,
ladies and
Jennifer.
gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun. And you'll learn a prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine.
So it ain't a
But you'll
fake
see
gun.
evidence,
It's a
ladies
real
and gentlemen,
gun.
that each time
It's a
the defendant
replica.
handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer
Yeah,
when
it's
he's
a
not supposed to
replica.
cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021,
Guilty as sin, people are saying.
the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms.
Oh, that ain't good.
The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a
The
couple of
original,
hours
real
behind.
gun. Yes, definitely real. Real
They
firing
filmed
pin.
some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see
I
that
don't
one
know,
of those
Tracy.
scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun. And you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. It wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked
He's
into
not
the
guilty of
church and
anything
saw
but
the
making a
defendant kind
low-budget
of playing
movie.
with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here. And it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him. And she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not, because they'll
Not
rattle.
too easy. They should have been more telling.
Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round.
How did it
And the
get
evidence
there,
will
though?
show
Where
that
did
Ms.
the bullet come
Gutierrez
from?
then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armorer. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen.
So he wasn't even supposed to fire the gun?
Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors like the defendant to treat every firearm as though it's
Trooper
loaded,
Proctor planted the bullet.
to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger.
All right, we get it, lady.
And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Miss Hutchins, and fires that gun.
Oh, so he wasn't even supposed to fire it.
Sending that live bullet right into Miss Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Miss Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm.
Oh.
It perforated her right lung.
Oh, Lord.
It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then
Thank you,
went
Rosemary.
into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Miss Hutchins did not have the same fate.
You think he was set up?
You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Miss Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Miss Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger.
He definitely pulled
The
the
evidence
trigger.
will show,
Guns don't
ladies and
shoot
gentlemen,
yourself.
that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger.
Yeah, he pulled the trigger for sure.
The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab,
FBI said he had to have pulled it.
where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, He first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications. He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position, fine. Checked the full cock position, fine. And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held until he pulled
A
the
lot of
trigger.
people don't like him. He was set up, maybe.
You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time that gun fired as it was designed. Each time,
Later, Johnny.
when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once
Good
did
morning.
this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the sheriff's department. Mr. Ziegler told the sheriff's department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen,
Would they
that
drop
during
it,
that
hit it?
test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant
Why would he
used
fire the
this
gun if he
firearm
wasn't
on the
supposed to?
set. And each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of
He had to
2021
pull the trigger.
that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems.
It was murder.
You will hear from the 2 of the country's
Yeah, I want to
leading
see the
experts
movies. I want
on
to see it
firearms
on
forensics,
video.
Michael Haig and Luhan Haig. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Luhan Haig will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Haig will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you, with his 50 plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert.
Is he taking a nap? I don't know.
He opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm.
So the gun wasn't working
At the end
order
of this case,
compared to
ladies and
her.
gentlemen,
He's definitely
you are
bored.
going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October
Taking
21st
notes. Yeah.
was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter.
Guilty? I don't know. This is a hard one, guys, because he didn't load the gun, but he should have checked it, according to her. He didn't check the gun, and he shot it multiple times, and it was in working order all the times he shot it. Okay, they just went to mute. All right, let's hear the defense's argument. I mean, it's a terrible accident. We know he didn't do it on purpose.
What's up? May I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies.
Yep.
And the reason that can happen,
they're going to bring up Brandon Lee. Watch.
Before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties.
Yes, they did.
Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets.
Never,
movie sets
never,
use
never.
dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets. They don't go bang. For when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look
And
nothing like
CGI.
And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor
That's the guilty
say,
person, the armory
he did
person.
this or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. you will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor. And he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it,
people failed before he shot the gun.
with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands.
Well, you got to point it at him in a movie.
Was announced, meaning it had been checked and double checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
All right, let's watch the movie. I've been wanting to see it.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if you don't.
He's wounded on the run. Play again. Continue.
Harlan Rust. Need you stand up nice and slow, tossing your weapons you have.
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready?
Harlan Rust. Need you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have.
What help can I get right there?
Joel, you want me to wait to give you that line until he lands, until camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
Draw your gun and look up. Point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left? So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alec.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Well, they're telling them what to do.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust.
Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah.
Ready?
They want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust. Nice.
It's a scene similar to scenes we've all seen in movies and television.
Yeah.
Performed by thousands of actors.
Nothing crazy.
And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene. It's just not, unfortunately, captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that
Lying it on
was
tape.
positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded. And it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie. Not as if some lethal element
It's
had
not
been
on
included in the
camera. Why
environment.
is that?
You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever.
Huh.
And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set.
The prosecutors have the video.
What were Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Halyna did to work, for acting to work, you have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real.
That's true.
The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies all over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it.
I heard it was.
Guns have been an element of theater,
disappeared.
film, and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch, Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Going to the sidebar. Okay. So people were saying the prosecution has the video. They were setting up a shot. We do know they were just going over the scene. They wasn't actually shooting the scene. And on the third time, he pulled out the gun with it cocked. You know, allegedly they're saying he pulled the trigger. He's saying he never pulled the trigger. But the gun seemed to operate perfectly fine every other time.
That guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armorer armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety being important has the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls, above the armorer and the sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church. Their actors are not in their normal clothes. It's costumes. There's debris falling from the ceiling. It's fake debris. And they yell out cold gun. And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case.
Cold gun.
The gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible, literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art.
So it wasn't even supposed to be a blank.
Gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on the set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again,
Yeah.
no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene.
Maybe somebody
Dave
put the
Halls, the
bullet
head of
in there while they
safety,
were at
is
lunch.
actually practicing the movement so they can frame. They can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back. Cold gun. They call it again. Same gun again.
He's
safe.
had a billion rounds, right?
The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again. Cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him in front of him.
Don't they? The thing
And
is,
Harlan
they were
Rust,
dummy bullets. They
begins,
wasn't even
like the
blank. It
prosecutor
wasn't
told you,
supposed to fire
rehearsing,
at all.
acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. On a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the
Definitely
move.
hit that like.
He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye.
He's writing his next movie. I hear that.
And they will tell you that the investigation
What I'd be
revealed
doing.
that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, "I didn't mean to shoot the. I didn't pull the trigger." Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively exclaim. Shock turns to panic. 911 is called.
He didn't pull the trigger, he said. I mean, he had no reason to kill the girl purposely.
Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally.
You said someone was shot?
2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it.
I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. This fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me?
What?
He's the guns. He's responsible for what happened in the
Now, Mimi?
No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people are injured?
2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility. Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Halls, the first assistant director, is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun feverishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive.
Oh, I bet there was more real bullets
Halyna
in
Hutchins
there.
and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Halyna tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed.
The armor,
her injuries, the efforts to revive her are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day.
I don't know if it's
Life
a setup.
changes, memories change.
Tragic
there are
accident.
human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, you know, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop car inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So only one was the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach Connor. This is Ms. Johnson.
All right, we're about to go to sidebar. He's doing it like a movie. He's playing it clip by clip as he talks about it. That's what they're probably going to discuss. Like, you notice how he talks and then he goes into a clip, then he talks, then he goes into a clip. Like, I guess they're going to be saying, hey, this is the opening statement. You know, this, you can go over this evidence in the case, but you're kind of going over it in your opening statement, piece by piece. So he's telling it like it's a movie. So I don't know what he's over there writing. He's probably drawing pictures. Well, I mean, you know, if he didn't know the gun was loaded, he didn't mean to do it.
Are interviewed on the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cannell. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about.
Yes, Dolly, opening is not evident.
The gun was double checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets.
Yeah, but he pulled that
gun
trigger.
went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust.
Harlan
He was
Rust.
a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. That's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later.
There had to be other bullets.
The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet.
Where did it come from?
This case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet. Meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media. And then at that point, they go to the last step, right? Done the cart, gone to the truck, met with Sarah Zachary.
And that's the only live bullet in the whole thing.
PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny's there to greet them, let them in. And they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did.
Oh, so they were at target
police
practice,
and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object. They found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alex said in the statements that they will take or pick out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armor and the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them. In this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show.
He's the producer.
And he has habits. And there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. You know, if he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alec's statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist.
I mean, that would
worried about
suck
his
to
family.
accidentally shoot
You hear
somebody.
he's, you know, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armors and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger?
I mean, it don't matter if it's a fake gun. I mean,
if he
with
did,
fake
of course,
bullets.
that would only make his statement incorrect.
Real gun, fake bullets.
Right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. You know, and I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony, like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, you know, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger, like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide.
No, he didn't know.
He did not know or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take
even if he's blind and he pulled the trigger, it don't mean he
they're blinded by
did
the
it.
shine. They're
He
blinded
didn't know it was real bullets.
by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had adamantly maintained that he was manipulating
Think it's
the
a
hammer
setup?
and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere.
Proctor,
that there are these
the
accidental
Alec
discharges
Baldwin.
that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world.
The
That
damn
this gun
Canton police.
had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened,
But he didn't drop it.
they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item, that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day.
Yeah, he's only
Won't ever
facing
allow
18
Alec
months.
to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point,
The
they
Canton
weren't really
police were on
investigating
site.
anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec
Jim McCabe loaded that
to have
gun.
this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm,
How
they hired
long to
some
load the
expert
bullet?
witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Luhan Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not
How
it could have
long to
accidentally
break the
discharged.
gun?
None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question.
The Sally port.
Why?
They tested that gun in
Not
the
because
Sally
of something
port.
that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity. However, Lucian Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm.
And it
was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors. And they maintained that position that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial
months in jail. Ain't long.
that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round.
I do that on my head.
So they can't prove. They can't prove their high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then, here and now, tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie said as a whole was improper.
Freaky. He does look weird without the
or
glass.
anything. That they hired the wrong armorer. I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood.
I like
and she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines. That one of the protocols wasn't followed. Or there was a set safety issue.
Maybe
about something unrelated to this.
That was purpose.
Like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior. Not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sandra Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case. Many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out.
Yes.
Not here.
Yeah, not criminal.
But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And
grief
part
and
of this
sue.
grief they
I would
feel
sue
that everybody
too.
feels is understandable.
Get that money.
And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony.
I'm blaming
it's part
the
of the
police.
human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
Sidebar. We go mute for a minute. So, yeah, I'm blaming the Canton police, Proctor. They did this in the Sally port. He probably broke that gun with the same hammer he broke Karen Reed's taillight with. Planted it. You know how them Canton police are. Them damn mass holes. I think the dog, Chloe, did it. Okay, Chloe,
As I was saying,
the K9 did it.
The witnesses, in their grief, will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with.
Where's Turtle Boy when you need him?
On set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course, why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things.
Turtle Boy loaded that gun.
No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word.
Him and Tom CPU.
From eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond.
Casper to go.
You know, there's things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days.
No, you're not.
The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things, and he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward and they will have gaps in the evidence as well.
Reed did it.
Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Connell, who investigated this case. The lead detective.
I don't know.
Or the sergeant that supervised it.
As the
Sergeant
evidence comes in.
I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecution.
How long the eyelid lived.
And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you you will not hear.
That's defense attorney.
You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting.
Bullets kill people.
Your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial.
Homicide.
And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved your life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy.
It sounds like it.
Committed no crime. Thank you.
Wu-Tang. Okay.
Right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do. And we'll see you back here about 20 of. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. So, Proctor planted a bullet in the prop gun, and now Alec Baldwin is in trouble for it. All right. This man is innocent. I don't see all them people out there in the pink shirts waving free Alec signs. Where they at? I haven't seen it, right? Where's see what I think happened was Tom CPU went up and asked Alec did he want some candy, and while he was not paying attention, Turtle Boy ran over there and put a live round in the gun. Okay. And when Alec won't look and Karen Reed backed into the gun at 24 miles an hour and it went off and shot the lady. Okay. Cut and dry. Clearly, and Alec was set up. This is a big conspiracy. I want to see my people out there with signs that say free Baldwin. Okay. Free Baldwin. This man didn't do it. He had no parts in it. It was Tom CPU, Turtle Boy, and the Canton police. They're all working together. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going with, and I'm sticking with it. Okay. So what do you people think? I mean, there was 2 people that checked the gun before he did. PJ's saying they were, doing some target shooting while at lunch. And maybe this is how one of these bullets got in there and how real bullets were on the set because they were out there actually shooting. I don't know. We're going to see as the evidence comes out over the next couple of days. This is only a 10-day trial. It ain't one of them long, drawn-out, damn Karen Reed trials where we got to sit here for 33 days. So it's going to be a hit it and get it one. Beetlejuice. All right, so I don't know. I think they have an uphill battle to prosecute him. And think about this. Even if he is found guilty, what is 18 months? He'll do that shit like Martha Stewart. They'll put him in some blue-collared, easy prison where he got a big screen TV in his cell. He'll be treated like a king because he's a movie star. Like, even if he gets locked up, how bad really is it? Think about it. Even I could do that time, right? So it ain't like, but I guess when you rich and you live in mansions and you got the best of the best, I guess that would be a miserable 18 months. You know what I'm saying? But when you come from the bottom, shit, that's just 18. That's free. That's free hot in a cot. That's how I look at it. I wouldn't want to do it, but if I had to, I know I could, and he would have it a lot easier than me. One, because he's a millionaire. He would have canteen, he wouldn't be sitting around waiting for trays. I had to stand behind my fellow New Yorker. Martha Stewart went to a terrible West Virginia prison. Martha Stewart, did you think they treated Martha Stewart terrible? You think she roughed it at all in prison? Come on now, that's damn Martha Stewart. They didn't treat Martha Stewart bad. They had special conditions for that lady. She had her own room and shit in the prison. That's when you get the penthouse. All right, them prisons they send these actors to, they have that penthouse. You got your regular cells, and then you got the penthouse. Like even when Tekashi got locked up, the rapper, they were letting him watch movies and all kinds of shit. He wasn't like roughing it. Eventually he went to jail, but for the first part of it, they had him just holding him up somewhere decent. Protective custody. Now, you know what I'm saying? The 2 people, the Hannah Reed lady that, checked the bullets, whoever brought bullets onto that set needs to go to jail. That's how I look at it. Whoever brought them there. The people that checked the gun, because if they had never brought real live bullets, so whoever was out there really shooting guns, and if Alec Baldwin was out there shooting guns, like really target practicing and stuff like that, then his ass needs to go to jail too. I ain't saying forever, but he ain't facing forever anyway. 18 months and at 85% and good time. What is he going to do? A year? That's really nothing for killing somebody. If you think about it, 18 months, that ain't shit. When I heard homicide trial, I was thinking the man was facing some damn prison time. They were drinking and messing around, doing target practice at lunchtime. Dolly, that is not proper safety. Okay, period. Now, if that comes out that is true, then absolutely he's guilty. If he was the one doing it, if he was the one out there target practice, drinking and doing those things, then of course he is responsible for making that mistake. He should have checked the gun. He was playing with it with real bullet. If that is the case, we'll have to see if that comes out. The comment says, yes, Dolly, he's going to get that good, what is that, fellas, treatment. Making spaghetti and meatballs and sipping wine. That is true. If you famous on the street, you're going to be famous in to prison too. You know, people be coming up to your damn cell wanting autographs, taking pictures with you, selfies and shit. You know, they got phones and stuff in prison, tablets, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, they're not going to put anybody rich like that in like Gen Pop. He's going to have his own little cell. He'll have his own little things in it, TV, couch. You know, he'll be inside the prison because, you know, you got to be in the prison, but it won't be the same conditions as they put you in. If you was to commit the same crime as him, your ass will be in there with everybody. You had to keep your shank game up. You know what I'm saying? Dolly, they are all out there shooting real bullets. Well, if they were all out there shooting real bullets and they brought real bullets onto a movie set, it is all their faults. That's how I look at it. You know, I don't care if Alec gets away with it or he goes to prison. If he did it and he's responsible for it and has some knowledge in it, then his ass deserves to go to prison. If he didn't and he's just an actor and he wasn't doing nothing wrong and they're like, here's your gun and boom, I shoot somebody. I'm like, I didn't mean to do that. That's a total accident. That's why we have the word accident when it's not meant to happen. Sometimes shit happens. That's why they got that sticker that says shit happens. Can y'all hear that music playing? Can y'all hear that? I threw in a little background music that's faintly in the back. Can y'all hear it? Yes, Blueface is still in jail. He'll be out at sea with the others, murderers. Yes, you can hear it. Yes, yes, yes. No, people saying that. I have it very low in the background. It's just like some ambient noise. Yes, music. We can hear the music. Okay. Because, you know, part of, you know, doing commentary, changing up some so we ain't violating any rules or anything like that. For streaming court TV, we have to have our little additives to it. Music, commentary, that type of stuff. So they went to lunch. They didn't go to lunch. They went to the bathroom break. And here's the crazy thing. I'll share this story with y'all because I don't know if y'all ever bumped into a murderer in the bathroom, but Dolly has. Okay. So I'm at the damn Corey Bigsby trial. Okay. He's on trial for murdering his son, Cody Bigsby, here in Virginia. That morning, he's crossing the street, and I run up and I scream at him, "What'd you do with the baby? Where's the baby? Where's the baby at, Corey?" Right? So he looks at me all crazy, goes into the court. I'm sitting in the court, and you know, I get up to go to the bathroom, and because it's like the break time, and this courthouse is real. It's real. The bathrooms are really small. They're real small bathrooms. And so I walk into the bathroom, and as I walk in, I bump in, boom. I mean, straight bump into him, eye to eye contact, right? And honestly, he looked really scared, and he kind of slid past me. But I was thinking, what's the chances of that bumping into a baby killer in the damn bathroom? It seems like if you're on trial for something like that, you would have your own bathroom, or you wouldn't go where the people in the seats are at. You know, you would have but no, he walked right out into the place, went into the bathroom, and I bumped right dead ass into him. I should have said something to him, but I didn't. I didn't say nothing to him. I just looked at him all evil, you know, because they still haven't found his child. Still to this day, he's still missing. And I mean, you know, how often do you bump into a killer? Maybe more than you think. You just not know it. Let's see. You may have an easier way to get to him if you send me LOL. Dolly, check your DM on Facebook. Sent you evidence from Hannah's case. Okay. Give me 1 second. Hostage barricade. I didn't get nothing from anybody. I got some from Shelly that says hostage standoff. Hold on, what is this? And that ain't even live, so I don't know what that is. I didn't get nothing from nobody. Did she send it to the Jimmy Jams TV? Lord have mercy, Dolly. I mean, I checked my DMs. I didn't see nothing. Send it to PJ, and then PJ, you send it to me. Okay, there are actually real rattlesnake wranglers that catches them and clears the set in some movies. Fun fact. Who was the people that got kicked off Turtle Island the other night? That might be a question for PJ. All right, let's see. Thank you. I'm going to check my email now. Give me a second. Yeah, I didn't get nothing from you on the Jimmy Jams TV Facebook. If I did, I don't see it. Man, they took a long damn bathroom break. How long are they going to be? I'm impatient. Okay. I know a lot of people impatient like me. Is PJ her real name? No, PJ is not her real name. That is her YouTube name. She gets on to me about it all the time because I'll call her PJ. And she'll be like, that ain't my name. But she don't call me Dolly. You know what I'm saying? So, but I will call her PJ. It's just, I say it so much live that sometimes at the house I'll say it. But for the most part, I'll call her by her name. 10 more minutes? Okay. I sent it, Dolly. All right, let's pull this up for a minute. What is this? Oh. That is the live round. See how it has the silver pin in it? Okay, so the live round has a silver pin. And the other ones, man, they look identical. I mean, they look identical. I see how they could easily make that mistake. See, those bullets should be neon colored. You know, these days we got post-production. You can go in and you can change things. You can add bullets. You can add the bangs. You can add, editing videos. You learn all this stuff. But them bullets should be neon or neon orange or something that looks like a toy bullet. Especially in the back where you don't see it in the gun. Okay, so say it's a revolver. Why can't the whole thing be orange and then have a real bullet head on it? Okay, so you know it's a fake bullet. If the bullets are the same, all the same color, and the only thing different is the firing pin is a different color, I would have to go get one of my bullets to look at the color of the firing pin. Yeah, they should have a brighter color. That is so hard to tell. Like, guys, you're looking at it right there, right? See the little red box around it? It's the only bullet with a silver firing pin. I mean, I know the dummy rounds are meant to look real, but you don't see that in the front of a gun. All you do is see the bullet part. You don't see the casing in the gun. Okay, say you're looking dead on at a revolver. You see the front of the bullets. You don't see the casing. The casing should be like neon orange or neon yellow or green, something that stands out. And then they know it's a dud. Right? There's really, That's an easy mistake. That is a really easy mistake. They shouldn't be in the same place. No need to have rounds there, period. That is absolutely true. Lolo wants to say hi to everybody. Say hey, Lolo. Tell them to like the video, comment, subscribe. All right, weirdo. Dolly, let's see what this says. Being the producer, he is in charge of everything on the set. Apparently, he was messing around with gun with his finger on trigger. There is footage. He should have checked the gun too. I mean, if I was on a set and you walked up and handed me a gun, I would think that had been done. I still wouldn't point at anybody. PJ, I tell you, I am real funny about guns. And I own one. About the clip being in it, the bullets being, I separate it. You know what I'm saying? So there ain't no way there's no accidental mistakes. Look at the other picture, Dolly. Hold on. But that's the gun itself. That is how the bullets got mixed up. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me see what this other picture is. All right. All right. Dummy M199. That bullet looks real as hell. Blank M200. Ball M855. Tracer. I mean, that's just a bunch of different bullets. I don't know what the significance of that is, but they look real. I mean, you can tell. I think that one you can tell is a blank. The second one, that's usually what blanks, even smaller blanks, look like. They had that little piece of plastic on the top. Now these other ones look like bullets, but I know this one says dummy M199, but it looks like an actual bullet. All right, hold on a second, guys. Make sure I didn't miss anything. All right. My stuff is just loading slow. Okay, yeah, that was the second picture, was the bullets. All right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's debatable, you know, whose job is it to check? If they checked it and he was playing with it and he was playing with that gun with real bullets, then yeah, he deserves the 18 months in jail, I think. Read the Stephen Stearns article at Dolly. Okay, come on now. Stephen Stearns scheduled for court appearance related to murder, sexual abuse of Maddie Soto. Okay, I can play this real quick while we wait. This is a little off topic from what we're talking about, but might as well.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what they...
All right, let's mute this for a second while we get through this commercial.
Of killing 13-year-old Madeline Soto will go on trial.
Stephen Stearns is set to have 2 court hearings. Watch News' Bob Hazen is live at the Osceola County Courthouse. Bob, Stearns has not shown up for any court hearings in the past.
That's right, and it looks like that trend will continue today, but we do expect to find out more about exactly where this case is going from here on out. Stephen Stearns is supposed to appear for 2 separate court hearings today, one for the murder charge and another in the afternoon for the separate child rape case. He was the boyfriend of the mother of 13-year-old Madeline Soto, who was a student at Hunters Creek Middle School. Investigators say they found pictures and videos that went back for years showing Stearns abusing Maddie, and evidence that we got last month includes a statement from her mom saying that she sent her daughter to bed alone with
She should
Stearns
be
the
in
night before
jail.
Maddie vanished. Police believe that Stearns drove around with her body in his car for about 2 hours, and since he was arrested, he has refused to come to any court appearances. Records show his lawyer has waived his appearance at both hearings that are set for today, but the lawyer will be there in his place. We expect they will talk about
Adam
the trial
Montgomery.
date, because at this point, at least, the murder trial is supposed to start next week. But of course, that could be pushed back. Stearns is going to face the death penalty if he is found guilty of the murder charge.
Oh,
Reporting
he's
live from the
guilty.
Osceola County Courthouse, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
He's definitely guilty. Okay. So that was the latest update on Stephen Stearns. That is Jen Soto's boyfriend. Maddie Soto was the young lady that he took her life. And we just been waiting for the trial to kick off in that. But it looks like, like the reporter said, he's waived his rights to appear in court. I think they need to change that. Listen, if you break the law, you do something terrible, you should have to face the music. You should have to show up in court. Just like, Adam Montgomery did the same thing. He waived his right to be in court, so he didn't have to show up. I think you should have to face your accusers. That whole not having to go to, it's like prisoners have more freedom than damn. I ain't never been able to miss a court date. They should have to appear. Yeah, any felony, you should have to appear. Maybe a misdemeanor. What's up, Triple D? Everybody say a little prayer for Triple D. He was in the hospital the other day. I hope you're doing better, brother. Take care of yourself, man. You only live once. You don't want to check out this game too quick. Take care of yourself. He won't have to appear until his preliminary hearing that will have to show up, but he might still be by Zoom. No, Adam Montgomery didn't come to court at all for nothing. He didn't show up. Zero. Boop. None of it. Even when they found him guilty, everything. What's up, Raise Hell, Eat Cornbread? Yeah, we got to keep Triple D alive. I ain't got too many friends left. Okay. Triple D's been having some problems with his stomach. So hopefully that they gave you some stuff to take care of you there, Triple D. I hope you're doing all right. Are you at work today? Man, they took a long damn bathroom break. Thanks, everyone. It's a different state, though. In Florida, he'll have to appear for his preliminary. I listened to Carl Sternbeck. Oh, and he's from Tennessee? Tallahassee. Okay. You have no friends? I'm getting close. It's getting close to time. All right, bingo. I think Alec Baldwin was framed. Okay, I think he was framed. They doing this man dirty. Can anybody name a good movie that he was in, Alec Baldwin, that he starred in? I can't think of one movie, to be honest. I know I've seen him in a bunch of movies, but I can't think of one movie that's good that I've saw him in. Can anybody think of a good one that he was in? Or maybe I just don't remember that he starred in. Nope. I can't think of no movies. Any good movies that he starred in. Wasn't he in like Independence Day or something like that? Married to the Mob. Have I seen that? I don't know if I've seen that. Beetlejuice was a good movie. What character did he play in Beetlejuice? The firefighter movie. Beetlejuice, and it's complicated. Hunt for Red October. That was a good one. That movie was so sad. The Departed. He was the dead husband in Beetlejuice. Was he? He must have been really young then. I didn't know that was him. He should have double checked the gun. I can't wait till Beetlejuice 2 comes out. Who's waiting for Beetlejuice 2? Raise your hand. Okay. The juice is loose. I got a life-size Beetlejuice in my living room. Okay. So I'm a huge Beetlejuice fan. I'm surprised I didn't know that was him. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. But yeah, I got a big ass Beetlejuice in my living room. I see the hands for Beetlejuice 2. That's how I know you're old, right? Did y'all see how old Michael Keaton looked as Beetlejuice? He looked old as shit. Okay. Malice. He got famous off of that movie. So he was the husband. I never knew that. I didn't know it was him. I mean, I know who the husband is in the movie. I just didn't know it was Alec Baldwin. He was in Supercell. Cat in the Hat was Mike Myers. Mr. Mom was Michael Keaton. I remember watching that back in the day. And Michael Keaton, to be honest, was my favorite Batman. Okay. He's done a lot of great movies. I mean, but far as being the star of the movie, I've seen him play in a lot of movies. Small parts. But then again, all them Baldwins look alike. You know what I'm saying? They all look alike. Yep, Mr. Mom was Batman. Yep, that is true. I like Michael Keaton as Batman. I'll tell you another Batman I like. The dude from what is it? American Psycho? What's his name? The guy from American Psycho. I thought he was a good Batman too. I hate Ben Affleck as Batman. Okay. I hate him as Daredevil. I hate him as Batman. I hate him as any superhero. Ben Affleck should never be able to play a superhero. All right. He should not be able to do it. I hate him in I don't like him in any movies, to be honest. Christian Bale. Yeah, he was a good Batman. Malice was phenomenal. Adam Baldwin is not a Baldwin brother. What is there, like 30 Baldwins? There's like 100 of them. Alec Baldwin was Trump on SNL. He was good. Yeah, he does do a good Trump. I give him that. He does do a good Trump. Pearl Harbor. Yep, the Baldwin's got a clan. Yeah, it's hard to tell them apart too. And that's his brother right behind him, right there. This dude. I forget what Baldwin that is. Dolly, did you see that Triple D's still in the hospital? No, I didn't. What do you need, Triple D? What hospital are you in? Get the information for me, PJ, what hospital he's in. Well, you need some food? You need a cheeseburger? What do you need? I didn't know you were still in the hospital. Virginia Beach General. Okay. All right. You ain't in the ICU or nothing, are you? You in a regular room? You okay? Thank you, Deanna. Donna, my bad. I can't see. Thank you, Donna. I sent you what he said, Dolly. Okay, hold on. Let me check real fast. I'm still in the hospital. I have quite a few things seriously wrong. Oh, that ain't good, Triple D. I hope you're doing okay, brother. Maybe me and PJ later this afternoon will come and see you this evening. Dolly said a cheeseburger make anybody feel better. Maybe. I hope you're okay, Triple D. I seen your message. He said there's a couple serious things wrong with you. Dolly, Stephen Baldwin behind Alec. Triple D, get well, buddy. We're praying for you, man. All right, you can always shoot me a message and let me know what's going on, Dave. Hit me up on just send me a DM on my Facebook. Let me know what's wrong with you, so I know how bad to worry about you or not. Take Triple D some soap. I don't think he needs no soap. I don't think he needs no soap right now. Did I see the edge? Yeah, you know, man, if you need anything while you're up there, just hit me up. They're boring me. Come on, people. You know, Dolly, impatient. We got 600 of you with us. And that's the biggest we've been all morning right there, 600. If you just tune, I can't even talk. If you're just tuning in, make sure you like the video, okay? Dolly, hospital soap sucks. Okay. Hospital soap sucks. Do y'all still have Captain Crunch soap? Yes. I mean, I knew you was at the hospital. I didn't know they kept you, Dave. Let's get the show on the road. I know when I talked to you, you said they were running tests and stuff on you, so I didn't think they were going to keep you. But I had heard you hadn't been feeling good. when we seen you at the beach, your old lady had said something about you were having stomach problems. 602 likes. Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's see if we can get it to 1,000 likes today for Mr. Baldwin. Okay. Lord. Triple D, stop drinking alcohol, dear. All aboard. Thank you for getting on the Dolly train today. Let's see. Your soap is better than hospital soap. What does that say? All right, here we go.
Call your first witness.
State calls Nicholas LaFleur. Sir, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm under
1,000 likes and 1,000 prayers for Triple
the
D.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone. Sure.
Oh, you got your soap and candles. Smell great. Awesome.
I'm sorry.
Tracy.
With regard to the invocation of the rule, our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Case agents allowed in.
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the city of Santa Fe?
2 years.
2 years.
Everyone here, Officer LaFleur? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear him.
And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
I'm all the way up.
Yes.
Okay, they just went mute again. That's one thing I hate about court. Like, they don't do that there live. They let you hear it. Why there's no sound?
Unclear how many were shot. I happen to be the
Oh, it's
closest
me.
person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they called the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And
mean
to
when
make
you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you
He was a
arrived
rookie?
on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of Mexico.
Okay.
Why is he so nervous? I don't know.
When you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western theme, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars.
He looks young.
Bunch of people pointing. when I got there, people were pointing towards a church. And I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there.
He worked at Lowe's before this.
Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific
Put this
challenges
patients in solo
for you?
Yes.
Is that me echoing?
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts.
Oh, it's their mic.
You just got to take it one piece at a time. See who's hurt. Make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Am I? I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
Was you going to recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes,
Yeah,
Your
he-
Honor, we've consented to both of the.
He don't sound like a 40 figure, like Dolly. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no bass. That bass.
Four. How do I get the monitors to come on? Okay.
You don't sound like a boss. Yeah, he's nervous. You know, I don't blame him. You're absolutely right, Nashville. You know, he's in front of movie stars. He got cameras all on him. All the media's there. Listen, I'm on camera every day. Hold on.
Are your monitors on?
And look, I'm
This
good
one.
on my camera, but I got on when I tried out
It's
for
on, but
Survivor. As soon as they put
Green
them
light.
big cameras on me, I got nervous as shit. Okay, it's a different feeling when you're on TV cameras than when you're on YouTube cameras. I'm gonna let you know that now.
Or do you
When
want?
they put them big
There's
movie
monitor
cameras on me, I was like,
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
it doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
all right, let's take this comment off so we can see everything.
You got your atomic kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the PDMs?
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack.
No, these are just
for
regular
shooting.
sunglasses.
And I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
All right. There's the church. I hope they don't show her.
What do you got? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal. I got a sterile glove and a packing gloves. Okay. Right here. Over there? Yep. Yeah. My hand is on it. She shot her? She came in here and went across her chest. Okay. You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in route. Okay.
And
Okay, so
what
good.
are you
They
talking
skipped it.
about
They
there
didn't
when you
show
say
it.
air flight?
Helicopter.
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment
Even I knew
faster
that.
than an ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
We got the Nightingale here.
Did you call for the helicopter, or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but
did.
I called one for as well.
You
on the
called
radio.
also.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter?
They can't
arrive?
show that. That was her body.
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance to, in reference to where the hospital is. So
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
from a hospital,
Sure.
running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
.32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
Yeah, she was dying. She needed to be there then.
Requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest
Okay,
or shoulder area.
thank you.
It's okay. I got you right here. How many people yelling there?
All right, we ain't gonna do no show.
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with her blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah. Yes.
You
This
should try
monitor is
Big
working
Brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to remove it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Oh, push on the menu button. Clear. And then there's a clear view.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe medic, county fire medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know. who
Viewer
the other people are
discretion
that are
is
in the room?
advised. Okay.
I know the other person shot, and then
It don't really show
Halyna
her
Hutchins,
though. So.
or I didn't maybe misspelled her name or pronounce it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
.32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds. elderly male and young female. What do you need me? No.
All right, let's not get too graphic with this.
You want a BBM? He's good. He's got control. Repeat your information.
Okay, because it was showing her on the ground. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, she'll be
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over it and seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which is more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is more appropriate than the one that goes around your face? And when you say the one that goes around your face, what do you mean?
If the oxygen were to run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe it's more, I don't know.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got air. Do you have ears, ma'am? Do you have stethoscope?
Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple, no, at the top. Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Halyna, deep breath. Deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay.
Good girl.
There you go. Good girl.
Sounds like chaos.
Entrance is here. Exit's back here.
Okay. You guys pack it?
No.
What do you guys need?
I just need another dog tag.
Dog tag?
Something for pressure. I'll take a big one.
This one?
No, this one's good.
This one?
No. App pad, you have an app pad?
Underneath the right shoulder blade, postural area coming through the group.
All right, thank you. I just need something big. Thank you.
You got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help him get the stretcher. Stretcher. Pay attention. Yeah, we got it.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Here's priority number one. Okay. Let's start clearing and all this stuff out of there. Get everything in here and get it out. All right. Yeah, we got air flight en route.
Not on me here. We can get it from you.
Halyna? This is Halyna Hutchins. Okay. So I got the air. Thank you. I'm just flying that thing. Did you get all that up? I'm not behind you good. We're gonna need to get her going right with Roger talking.
Officer LaFleur,
There's a
have
lot of
additional
chaos
first
around
responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Where to go on vacation? I bet he is.
Okay.
He's a millionaire.
And do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
We got it through and through on her. We went through and through on her through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Okay, he said
Lieutenant
everybody's
Benavides.
crime scene.
Okay, roll it back. Roll to the other side. Underneath, pull. Here we go. Down, let's go down there. Here, okay? You keep your eyes on me. Keep looking at me.
All right, guys, I just don't want to show her.
All right, we got some stairs, guys. Couple stairs on the first step.
I mean, I guess that don't matter. Yeah, I don't want to show her at all.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet, and my understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect here. You got it? Hey, take over that. You guys want to see Vincent?
And she's in the ambulance now.
32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA on the helicopter.
On the bird.
And who are you
ETA on the
speaking to?
bird.
Santa Fe dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
Because it's a crime scene, lady.
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
Marking the damn crime scene, lady.
Or the inner perimeter of essentially a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's was a unique situation because of the you can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, allow only certain people in and out. Because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside.
Right, PJ?
That I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay, and did you know who those people
What up,
were?
Dreamweaver?
No.
Okay.
He tied it too tight and it ripped.
Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall.
Yeah, he was just trying to keep everything in.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and law for first responders.
Okay.
What do you need, Chief? I'm radio in for my
Tell you guys, this is in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there. That's
okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move, all right. Oh my guys.
He had live ordnance in there. That means something. He goes boom.
It's right here. Okay.
Yeah, boy.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them it was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
But I don't understand why didn't the ambulance drive over there?
Approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can you carry this back, please, sir? I got it. You got it?
In no rush.
This one's priority.
They're gonna drop the stuff. Hey guys, we don't want to show her too much.
I got
So, when we don't have to go in here.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. Their help sure whether they're IOs or not.
Here, grab the IO stuff and
you open your eyes for me.
We don't want to show her, guys.
If I could just have you guys just step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
Thank you for shutting that door.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially
Yeah, I wouldn't
got
want
there?
nobody showing my kid dying.
Went in and made sure that medical that people
Plus, you
were
don't need
receiving
to see
medical
that
treatment,
anyway.
and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
In the Virgin? Did she go in the Virgin?
No, not yet. They're in IVs, getting IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah. Yeah.
He was shot in the arm.
And whose jack is that? Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. Hey, be careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So, he was
his phone?
Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was there.
He wasn't
Set medic, I'm
dead.
guessing.
He only got shot in the arm.
Do you mean
That's why I
she's the medic
showed
on
him.
the movie set?
He's fine. He's up and talking.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical
Just in case you get
personnel on
hurt,
scene?
woman.
Probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone? Yeah.
No, it went through her.
All right,
and then
Dylan.
hit him.
Yeah, how can we help you? I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay?
It shot her through the side and came out her back and hit him in the shoulder, and they removed the bullet out his shoulder.
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes, sir.
Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
Okay. So 2 more other than you 2?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he was the camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here.
Looking like the
Alec
game was
Baldwin.
open.
Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
We got one.
Yeah, you help me find him?
Yes, sir. Baldwin's right there on the cell phone with the cowboy.
Okay. How's it going, sir? My understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot?
Holding the gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty. What do you need? Well, I know your name, so
He said, "I know your name."
Stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. Very good. I want to make sure this is the right part. Okay.
Why'd they jump ahead?
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out. Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right. Give me just a second. LT.
So apparently I was not given the appropriate reaction. You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
Why is some of it redacted? They don't know what's going on. They got some confusion in the courtroom.
You want to pull the trigger? Do you want me to have him?
No, the
sit tight,
round
or-
went through
Yeah,
her
you have to
first.
sit tight.
Sit tight in the
I
unit.
have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the two people that were in the room.
Okay.
You may have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit, or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to stay. Is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing down people's names.
Okay.
She was shot first. It went through her, hit him in the arm.
She's handed me an empty gun. You composed. We were ready to shoot. You were doing straps. Yep. Earplugs. Everything.
All right.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
And why? Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say, what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it, rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
The guy that was shot?
He's in
okay.
Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance.
Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. Name is Dave. I'm waiting for you right now. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that needs to be.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was
wait right here.
We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back on patrol unit, but I prefer to not put you there, okay?
You want something? You want water or something now? I want to find cops and get a cigarette.
So, why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose. Is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I got it. They're going putting up that medium, marble medium. Take it.
So you don't want us to go
Hands
up?
are shaking. Try to cut.
Well, he's treating him because he's a star. It's damn Alec Baldwin.
Yes, sir. Right, I'm right there. The silver car is Alec's vehicle. If you want to put him in there.
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
We can wait in there.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
Is Joe gone? Are they both gone?
Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
They should have been took off with that girl.
If you know, Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put him in the air.
In the air, okay. Why are you just standing there?
What do you want him to do?
Just
Jump into
standing
that-
with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making
And
sure.
why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave. So I'm there with him.
So 3710 interrupt with that frequency.
Myself there, 65, 65. Blue shirt right there, he took his radio off. That's our first AV.
That one right there?
Talking to. Guy with the white hair. In front of that sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of in the
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, I got an officer over here by now. Great.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I first got at the church, and the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where majority of everybody was. Yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church.
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
It's a crew.
It's a crew?
A dozen people, but a lot of crews outside. Inside that building. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time?
Dozen.
Six?
7, 8.
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7, I need a definite answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2?
Yeah, he's got Ross.
More than 6?
Supervisor, I keep track of the narrative and how many square. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room?
I was at the door.
You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of
Okay.
3-2 to 2-4. I have 3 ADs for 3 questions. Just really just telling everybody we're speaking to George. Well, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
Yep.
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay. Understood.
You're right at the door? Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. Like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay. So
the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
It seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low flames.
They had loads. They didn't know. They were supposed to do their shake test before they put the gun lower.
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
He didn't do the shake test.
A shake test? I don't know.
The weight of the bullet.
Maybe
to see if there's anything in the bullet.
The rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
We're rehearsing, we give you the empty gun. And we don't use any of the loads. That's not until we're ready to shoot. So we put the earplugs in. You all right? I'm not all right. I'm not worried about her. Yeah, well, me as well, but it's just a choice.
Well, you can tell he didn't purposely do it.
She's stable now. You get her in the heart in the back. Him in the shoulder. Him, both of them kicking in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not good. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So, shattered.
A 45 round ain't no joke.
Basically, a lot of it's a blank, but because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing I had, I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
A bit of water. Okay. The barrels. So who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like
Any
this
reason to
lady.
believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
You're fit. She was breathing. She had a clear lungs.
Yeah, 18 months. That's what he faces too. 18 months.
It's not.
Where did he take him?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his head. It's,
Where did she went after that?
Did they take the busy gun? As soon as they're allowed to. So they'll stabilize both. And then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she
I don't
basically
know.
they're trying to stabilize her vital signs.
It's not his
enough
fault.
for the flight and administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need.
Not with
Thinners,
what I've
that may
seen
be.
so far.
Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other friend, so.
And where did they take her? She went out to the back of the right?
Both of them took it in the shoulder.
When I was up in Joe, I didn't see nothing on it before they took the ambulance.
He just went over.
Yeah,
I ran out.
Came back
Yeah.
and I was hoping I didn't see nothing. I was
A lot of people don't like this lady.
You're in a trauma hospital.
Still at St. Vincent's.
Share it on your Facebook, guys. Share it out. Like the video. When y'all do that, new people come in.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just step away from my wife.
Yeah, no problem.
I got more out.
Most of the cops are inside the church. That looks like the church from Kill Bill, too.
Get him out of my life. There's nobody in this life. You walk around. I want him to put a camera so I want to see.
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off
Yeah,
to
he
your,
didn't have no help. I agree.
off to your
PJ.
right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
That's the second time you've heard Kill Bill reference. I mean, it looks like the church from Kill
According
Bill.
to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened. All their IDs. So okay.
Get it all brought that down. I'm not sure what you come out with.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
7 people.
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Hey, sir. And I'm just hanging out with him because he's the one who pulled the trigger.
Okay. Yeah, he sorry I didn't. I was
I set things up a while ago and do what you've been done with. Whatever you can.
You would think you would have a nice trailer with AC. Is what you would think. I'd be sitting in my trailer, chillaxing.
What are you smoking? You got one on you?
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah, so I start. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was given, trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
Just try to board little Lolo to sleep.
Officer LaFleur, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors. Yes.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No,
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
I mean, of course they're going to treat him special. He's a movie star. He don't take directions. That's right. He dropped the ball a little bit. Who cares, though? It was an accident.
Definitely has a bunch of loose cards in there.
Oh, geez. All right.
Or do you want me to try some pages off?
No, because I'm going to be writing quite a bit. Everybody was in the room. I mean, I have my phone on me. Yeah.
Yeah, the director's talking to him.
It's all right. I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Later, Granny.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him
They
do
didn't
that
do the shake
previously?
test.
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always
A lot
exactly
of
where the
people
body
don't
cam's
like her.
pointed. So
Absolutely. When you tell people
She
not to
looks like
talk
a
about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No,
No,
ma'am.
because you a rookie.
Officer LaFleur, I'm going to stop the video there.
The witnesses were
What
they weren't
else
managed
did you
good.
do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. and that's where they started interviews.
And
So they had like a little
the
main
people that you take to base
setup.
camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Did
Sharon.
at any point in time did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding the gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
Which one?
And I know that this
Did he
sounds
pull the trigger or did he not pull the
ridiculous, but we
trigger?
have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay. Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
Every time she takes her glasses off and puts them back on.
How long were you on scene?
That's what dramatic effect. Okay, dramatic effect.
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was
Hey,
there until
Luhan,
dark.
new
You were there
member.
for 10 hours.
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Liked and
Is that
shared already.
typical?
Thank you so much.
It is if that's what they need to be done. So
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur's identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you.
697 on the DNA. We're getting up there. Hit the like if you're just tuning in. Let's see if we can hit 1,000. If you think Baldwin is innocent or guilty, hit the like button.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
Cover both bases.
Always fine when the court interrupts me. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
yes,
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
sure.
Object to the former
Actor
question.
out of character.
It is Mr.
That's a
Carter
weird one.
testifying in the question. Okay.
It's leading too. It's leading.
May we approach?
That's what I would say. It's leading. You're leading him. I watch enough court TV to know that. All right, they're going to the front now. You can't be asking questions like that. Even Dolly know that. An actor act an Alec character. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I knew they were going to the sidebar with that. I knew as soon as he said it, I was like, all right, here goes the sidebar. All right, they handled it pretty quick, though. Let's see what we got.
Mr. Baldwin, he looked very shocked. If you could picture Mr. Baldwin in a pale state, like unsure of himself, you could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go? Right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. Yes. I inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins,
Yep, he
right?
cared.
Yes. I don't remember you being asked about that in direct, were you?
And you mean masked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance? Overruled.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay, and the
Mandy.
dispatch
Oh,
report,
keeping Dolly
you know that
alive.
you
Come on the
received
train.
That wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
All aboard.
So I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it, and then the detectives determine whether or not it was an accident.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said it was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Karen Reed better hire
Did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside for them to tell me who was in order of what witness.
You've discussed your testimony previously with Ms. Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Just in a pretrial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory.
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
Whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
I mean, this lawyer
at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view or their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
I'm not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said
he's definitely not a ball of fire.
That you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak.
Adam
to the other
Sandler's going to
witnesses. Do you
play the
remember that
guy in the
testimony?
movie.
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times
He looks
why
like an
Mr.
Adam
Baldwin
Sandler.
was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses going, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer.
So
You
many
gotta separate."
coincidences,
You
yeah.
don't do that, right?
Proctor did it.
Nope.
He loaded the bullet in the gun.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody
Good
and all
call
the
on Adam
witnesses
Sandler.
are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser Because your cruiser was being used was I guess the reason that you gave. Was that, did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
Deadpool
When you say
played a
post,
lawyer.
you mean like it goes somewhere else? And
Ryan
you put tape
Reynolds?
around it. Is that?
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars if they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wouldn't have been his car, and he couldn't have
In
hung
fact,
out with
Mr.
him.
Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained. When Miss Morrissey asked you, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Object
Santa
to
Fe
the
Police
form of
Department.
question asked and answered.
Well, he had to be processed to be charged.
And one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions.
Oh,
but
he's
his demeanor
changing
was
it up.
sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's
You
not
can
just his
tell he
demeanor
didn't
being
mean to
sad and
do it.
upset, right? Okay, we'll move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right?
This dude's full of crap.
Correct?
The
Yes.
cop.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're
The
interacting.
state told
and make
him
your
what
own
to say.
judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it,
I
how
know
everybody
one of
was
his brothers
acting, and that the
behind him.
individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say I
Okay.
had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can you hear that up, please? If that's okay for the court.
See, the state has done told him what
He's
to
saying
say
he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him.
because he seemed like a
You want to
fan.
clarify that?
He seemed like he wanted to
Are
be
you
a
claiming that
fan
you didn't
more
say
than
that?
handle his job.
Rephrase what you said.
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that.
No.
Okay, yeah. See, in that pre-meeting he had with the prosecutors, they must have told him not to say it appeared to be an accident, because he's kind of wording his way around that. And when he first got there, he was like a fan. He was like, oh, he gave him choices. He should have said, I'm the police, you got to go sit in my car. But he didn't. And then he's getting up there, and you can honestly tell that he had no intent to shoot the person he shot. All right, you see how he approached the police? He said, I had the gun. He seemed shocked, but he is an actor. Okay. So I can't tell. He's good in movies, right? He's good in movies. But from what I'm seeing, it looks legit. But then again, he is an actor. So Was he acting like he was concerned, or was he genuinely really
I'm just
concerned?
going to ask you, did you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading the statement and it says my name next to it, then I'm more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
He needs to work for the Canton Police Force. Let's send him to Canton. Put him under Proctor.
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there?
I don't know.
Okay.
What do you mean you
you
don't know?
refresh the witness with his lapel? And I would ask if you just, can I put it up on just his screen? Okay.
All right, let's refresh his memory.
That's not proper refreshment.
He probably helped Proctor with that tail light.
That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing,
We're going to take a lunch break real quick.
Alec Baldwin not guilty. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Rise to the jury.
What are we going to lunch? Are they taking lunch now? Okay, we're going to open up the phone lines and take some calls while they're at lunch.
All right, you're excused. You can move over. And this thing is a battery and counsel approach.
Okay. So let me open the phone lines. Let me hear. Do y'all think he's innocent or guilty? Now, from the information I'm seeing right here, it looks like, this is just a tragic accident. 2 people had the weapon before him. All right. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Micah from Michigan.
Hey, what's going on?
up?
Oh, nothing. Just watching this Alec Baldwin trial.
Yep. I just made me some eggs watching the trial. I just want to say, I wholeheartedly feel like, okay, people are getting all up in arms because it's people are saying that he did it on purpose. I think is what I think. I still think he's guilty, but I think he's also just guilty of being a cocky SOB. And I think he wasn't thinking, like, I don't even think other human life outside of himself was anywhere, even in his subconscious. I think he's so full of himself that he's not even conceptualizing that there's other people around him. So he's not even addressing the concept of having a gun aimed at someone. Like, it's not even like a figment of his mind. Like,
yeah, but people. You know how many times he's probably aimed a gun at a person in a movie? Probably thousands of times.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like there's a safe way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And if he's done it so many times, I mean, we've all heard about how much of a shit show the set was, like, safety wise, and especially hiring, the gun. Oh my God, what's her name again? She's just
Hannah Reed. And
I'm like, I'm a young female, and I'm like, come on, Hannah. I wanted you to be cool so bad, but no, this is just horrible. Like, she was not ready, and
they did yell cold gun. Cold gun means it don't have any bang bang in it.
But it's still because you can have, like, fake prop guns and then you can have real prop guns. So I feel like if you're an actor, you should understand that one's, like, if you're holding a knife, say you're holding a knife, right? if you're holding a fake blade versus, okay, this is a real blade, obviously there's going to be a part of your mind that you're like, okay, everything is set up so nothing can ever happen bad with this real knife. But like, what if on the off chance? Like, wouldn't you just subconsciously, just as an empathetic human being, have a layer of, like, even just monkey brain, like monkey hoo brain, this is still technically a weapon, and like, I don't want to hurt my tribe. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You know, so it just, that's why, for me at least, I think it's more of a case of he's just an ass.
Yeah, because I'm sketchy at guns, so I'm always weary about pointing shit at people and stuff like that. So I would know I would check it 10 times if I was going to point it at somebody.
Exactly, and so that's why I think it more so goes to show his character. And I think the thing he's most guilty of is being a selfish asshole. That's what I think. I think, you know, he's been in the business for this long, and maybe it got to his head. I don't know, but like, you can't be acting like that. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know. I'm going to see more of it play out before I, rush to decision making on, is he guilty of something? Because right now it just looks like a tragic accident to me. Now, if they were doing reckless stuff before this, and it comes out that he was doing reckless stuff, then that's
kind of how I'm feeling.
Then my opinion might
feel
change.
Like a reckless charge would suffice, in my opinion. Like, I don't think there's any part of his mind that he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hurt somebody. No, but I think he was being immature and reckless, maybe. And like you said, we'll see more come out. We'll see just how the conditions were, because I mean, it was very clear that Alec was trying to run the show. So if that's the ship he's trying to run, he better be responsible for the ship. If you're going to sit there and try and take over as captain and the ship goes down, well,
yeah, but being bossy and then a random bullet getting in there, it's weird, but I don't know. I think it was just easily overlooked. But hey, look, I appreciate you calling in. We're running out of time.
Absolutely.
You have a good one.
You have a good one. Thank you.
All right, peace. Yeah, because when we seen the image of the bullet, it was really close. Let me pull that back up real fast. I just want y'all to see how close it really was. Let me pull this screen over here right now so y'all can see the bullet. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
I'm going to give you my take on the Alec Baldwin trial. I think he's guilty.
You think Alec Baldwin's guilty, Melanie?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, why do you think he's guilty?
Well, because he was pointing a real gun at somebody who fired it and hit 2 people.
Yeah, but he was shooting a movie, and in the movie, he was supposed to point the gun at the person. It ain't like he just went out on his free time and pointed a gun at somebody and shot him. He was told he was acting in a movie. He was acting in a movie there, Melanie. Like, it's just like if I was acting right here and somebody said, I don't know, I ain't got no prop, nothing, but I'm just, if I was a cowboy in a movie and they're like, okay, you're going to have a shootout with this guy, I would have a shootout with him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's what I'm supposed to do in the movie. I'm trying to get my paycheck. So you do what they tell you to do.
Well, another thing, he used to make fun of Trump. I think karma got him.
You think karma got him? You think it's a setup? The Trump campaign and planted a bullet so he would stop playing Trump?
Oh, no, I think he got in trouble for making fun of Trump.
Maybe that's why they framed him. I think it's Proctor.
Who's Proctor?
The guy that framed Karen Reed. I think he's just going around the country framing people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
it says on there they were not running a real scene.
It said what?
And Micah says they were not running a real scene.
Oh, yeah, they definitely wasn't running a real stream. All right, Melanie, you be good.
I love you and PJ. Tell Lola I love her too.
Okay, Lolo heard you. She's laying right here beside me.
Okay, peace.
Peace. All right, that's the one and only Melanie. We ain't heard from Melanie in quite some time. I'm glad that Melanie's doing good. All right, good to hear from her. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yeah.
This is 7 Jen out of Florida.
Hey, I heard the 7
I
part.
wanted to let you know.
Uh-huh.
I've got a prop 38 came off a movie set they did up in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
I have it on my dining room table. I'm 4'11", 97 pounds. I run with bikers. They all know that gun's on my table.
Uh-huh.
But they also know it's a prop because the barrel is solid.
Yeah.
Sounds like, looks like, feels like, but you look down in the barrel, about a half inch down in, the rest of it is solid.
So it couldn't shoot a bullet.
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't even put a bullet in it because it's a prop.
Yeah.
So I don't know, he didn't like this girl. He did not like her. She had said some things about him. He did not like her.
You think,
there was no.
Do you think he purposely did it?
I purposely think he did because of what was coming out in the very beginning.
Uh-huh.
He had no reason to point that gun at her, even in jest or meanness, because you don't point a gun at somebody in kindness, regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a movie. If its part says pointing a gun at it, this is me and you was in a movie. Okay? They walked up and handed me a gun and said, point it at her. I would point the gun at you.
You wouldn't look first?
I would probably be like, hey, have you checked this? Because I seen the crow. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But what if I wasn't on the movie set? What if I wasn't a part of the movie? I was a part of the set. And you had problems with me.
Yeah, but
now you could be.
Yeah, but she was part of the movie.
No, she was a part of the set. She wasn't in the movie. They weren't filming at that point. She was not in the movie. There was no reason, any reason on this earth why he should have pointed and pulled. There's no reason. Yeah. Now, if he was filming a scene, that would have been different.
And where does one live round come from? Just one.
Right?
I mean, it's a little sketchy. Maybe you're onto something. Conspiracy!
I'm telling you, that gun sits on my dining room table, and everybody picks it up and looks at it, and I let them because I know it's a prop.
Uh-huh.
If you can't tell it's a prop, you look down in the barrel, and you see that the barrel is solid after about a half an inch within.
You know, I mean, ain't there a rule you supposed to never let nobody touch your gun? It's bad luck.
It's not gonna fire anyway, so it ain't like letting somebody touch it. It's gonna harm me. I ain't gonna get no bad shit off it.
Oh, okay. All right. I always thought that was bad luck because I never let people touch my stuff.
Now, my real ones, yeah, that doesn't happen. But that one right there, it's kind of like my conversation piece.
Uh-huh.
You know, and never has anybody used it to point at somebody in my house. We all know better.
Yeah.
I
mean, I don't see why they need bullets anyway, because, you know, I do video editing. I can make bullets. I can put my hand like this and make bullets fly out my fingers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's editing techniques that they do and use, overlays and stuff like that. And you can make it be like a bazooka shot out your hand if you really want it to. So, I mean, why do they even need real bullets or even for the guns to fire? Because they can add all that in editing.
Right.
So,
if I didn't have a prop, I would have thought, well, I don't know. But no, there should never be a live round on any scene where any firearm is available. Never. And even in your house, there should never be ammunition near your firearm unless it's in your hand and you're headed out the door. Otherwise, the two don't need to be together.
I got my bullets in my candy bowl.
I've got a 38-55.
They're in my candy bowl in the living room. I just always make sure stuff's not loaded. And I mean, if I need it, I can load it fast enough to get you.
Right. I've got mine I've got a gun belt from the early 20s. I hang on my wall, and that's where mine go. I hang on the wall right in that belt, bullet belt. So they're right there. walking out my bedroom door. It's the last thing I'd see, and it's right there at hand height. So it's where I need it to be, but it's displayed too. So they're really cool shells because I got a 38-55 Winchester.
Okay.
They
Well,
kept
look,
moving them in back.
we're running out of time. I appreciate you calling in.
Love you.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Okay. There you have it. She thinks it was something a little more sinister. Now the girl was an actress, right? Am I getting that wrong? That she wasn't part of the movie? Dolly.
Hello, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Penny from Kingsport.
Hey, Penny.
I'm just the opposite. You can clearly tell that he did not mean to do this. I mean, he just looks broken. I mean, and then that one guy was just crying, and they were consoling him. And
Okay, thank you guys.
Whenever you was talking about, you said he's taking a nap when he was covering his face with his hand. I believe he was wiping tears.
You think he's wiping? I think he's sad about it. I don't know if he purposely killed the girl, but then again, if she ain't in the movie, why is he pointing a gun at her and pulling the trigger?
Well, he didn't actually. I mean, if you think about where it hit her, it was off. I mean, it just in the shoulder. Or if he really meant to kill her, he would have shot her in the chest.
Yeah, well, he shot her in the side, and it came out her back.
Right. It was like, you know, it could have, if it would have been about an inch over, it probably would have missed her.
I thought she was in the movie, and he was pulling the gun on her in the movie because they kept showing him pull the gun in the beginning of the trial. So she was just a camera lady.
Well, I don't know, but I just feel like he's really broken. And you know, after this happened, he almost had a nervous breakdown over this.
I bet. I mean that's pretty stressful. I mean, he's only facing, at the worst though, he's only facing 18 months. It ain't like he's going away forever.
I feel like they're just trying to smear his name.
Maybe, you know, maybe the last caller was right. Maybe they didn't like how he did Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live.
Right.
And somebody on the right is out for him.
Don't smear somebody's name just because you don't like them. I feel like he didn't mean to do it.
Yeah, I feel like he didn't mean to do it.
My opinion.
But I could be wrong. There could be something that comes out that's more damaging that I haven't seen yet.
Right.
You know, because I didn't cover the case. I didn't cover the case of the girl that put the bullet in it, so I didn't see none of that trial.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something
he took off there for a day, or maybe it was 3 days that he went missing, and I mean, he was broken. He about had a nervous breakdown.
Okay.
It just really bothered him.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, but I mean, I'm like the opposite of everybody it's called.
Yeah, well, you know, everybody has a right to their opinion. You know, people see things differently. But look, hey, I appreciate you calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, peace. All right, let me hit this comment real quick, the super chat. Seriously, any person that is into guns always checks the weapon. Alex knew there was real weapons and ammo, so that makes him responsible, in my opinion. Dirty dog. Well, if he knew there was real weapons or real ammo there, then yeah, he should have checked it. Now, as you see in the picture, the only difference in between the fake bullets and the real bullet is they have gold firing pins, and this one has a silver firing pin. So let me blow this up a little bit better for you guys. Let's see. What one is it? You see the firing pin? How that one's silver and the rest of the firing pins are gold. So, I mean, even if you looked in it, would you notice it? I mean, that's some, you know, I think it was checked twice and he just thought it was a blank. So, but yeah, I mean, you supposed to check. She was behind the camera trying to get an angle for the scene. That's why the gun pointed her way. Oh, okay. All right. So The gun fired. He was, oh, so he was doing that scene where he was pulling the gun out and it fired. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Makes a little more sense because I thought it was a scene. Booger finger doesn't belong on the trigger. Okay. Yeah. Now listen, if it would have had fake bullets in it, would it have mattered then? Would it have been a big deal if his hand was on the trigger? The thing is this, there should have never been real bullets there whatsoever. How the hell did this one real bullet get in with all the fake bullets? See, I don't trust that. You see what I'm saying? I definitely don't trust that. That the only difference is them are gold and this one bullet is silver. And that's the live round. He knew it was a replica. He knew it was a real gun. I can understand that, but they told him it didn't have real bullets in it. I don't know. I don't really, at this point, I don't think they're going to convict him of this. Unless something more damaging comes out. Because it's just really an accident. But you do need to be held responsible for an accident of this magnitude. Somebody does. And now the people that checked this gun and said they checked it, to me, them are the people like the Hannah Reed lady. It's something about me. You know, I like them Reeds locked up. So, I mean, she needs to be locked up. The other person needs to be locked up. And maybe, you know, maybe him, but I don't know. He didn't mean to do it. It's clearly like he didn't mean to do it. Now, if he had some beef with this lady and he shot her, now that's totally different. Like that caller, a couple callers back said, hey, let me open. Oh, I forgot to open the phone lines back up. That they had some beef and that lady had said some things about him and he didn't like working with her and he shot her. Now that's totally different. Then that's just rich. I do anything I want. I'm damn Alec Baldwin, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
The thing I'm looking at with this is Russ from Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
Thing I'm looking at these rounds that whoever loaded his gun, if he had one round in that box, then it should have been recognizable to the person that loaded the gun.
Yeah, I agree. But it's so close. They need something more, a little more telling than what's going on right now. Because the only difference is one firing pin is gold and one firing pin is silver. I lost him. Dolly.
Doug from Tennessee.
What's up, Doug?
Hey, man, I got a gun just about like that, brother.
Do you?
Yep. Single action.
Uh-huh.
And you can leave it half cocked, and that's how it's gonna go off.
It'll go off half cocked?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like where you put the bullets, where you spin the cylinder and put the bullets in it. It don't take much to knock that hammer down.
Oh, okay. I mean, could you accidentally knock it off, or would you have to pull the trigger?
You can draw it out of the holster, and it can hit leather and go off.
Oh,
your finger don't have to touch it much.
Oh, so you saying as it cocked, you let go, it fires.
Yep.
You don't even have to have it fully cocked. If your finger just slips off, it'll fire.
It can accidentally go off.
Okay, I can understand how that could happen.
Before
it catches, if you let it off before it catches, it would fire.
Yep, but I'll tell you how I carry my single action. I don't have a bullet in the chamber.
Oh, so the second shot is the one that fires.
Because if you drop that gun on the ground, and the hammer hits, it will fire.
Oh,
you don't have to pull the trigger.
Oh.
You can bump the hammer and it will fire.
Oh, I got you.
When I load my 6-shot, I got 5 in it. I don't have 6.
Uh-huh. So if you do drop it, it won't shoot your ass.
It won't shoot your ass.
Okay, I got you.
And I don't have a gun in my house that ain't loaded.
I got you.
Every gun I got is loaded.
Okay. Well, What are you thinking? The end of the world, a zombie apocalypse coming? What?
Well, I only got 22. So
Was that your bike? I seen you. Was that your bike?
yeah, I like my bike, brother.
It's nice. I like your bike.
Yeah, it's cool. I
Yeah.
get a lot of looks on that bike.
I bet you do. You kind of look like Grandpa. You kind of look like Grandpa from Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh yeah, that's what they call me, Uncle Jesse.
Oh, okay. I mean, I see the resemblance.
I got the Dukes of Hazzard horn on it and everything, brother.
I see that. Maybe you need to be in the next movie.
Yeah.
All right, Doug. All right, it was good.
Hey man, but I don't believe they should put him in jail for that.
I don't know. What if he didn't like this lady? What if something else comes out?
Well, they whoever brought that bullet in there is the one that needs to go to jail.
Okay.
You don't just have one bullet, one live round.
I know, that's weird. Where did it come from? It almost like it was placed there purposely. But how did they know who would get shot with it? You know what I'm saying? There's no way to really plan that, I don't think. How are they going to know he's going to be pointing it and shooting it at people?
Somebody on that set was trying to set this man up, and they know that eventually he would shoot somebody.
Oh, maybe.
Think about it. Eventually he would shoot somebody.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't care who he shot, though.
They didn't care who he shot. They just set him up to know that he was going to shoot somebody eventually.
I can believe it happening. But
think about it.
All right, Doug, you be good.
You hit it 50 times in front of 50 people. Somebody's going to get hit.
Yeah, you're right. That is true.
Well, peace out, man.
All right, Doug. Dolly,
Richard from Texas.
What up, Rich?
Hey, they were target shooting the day before. I've been following that case since day one.
Uh-huh.
They were using live rounds in their pasture out there, firing at cans and stuff the day before.
Who was doing it, though? Which people?
The gun armor and like 4 or 5 other people that are on the set.
Yeah, but was Alec Baldwin out there firing guns?
That part never came out. They kind of hid that, but they were out there target shooting and drinking beer the day before.
Oh, let me read the super chat real quick. Actors get into character before shooting every scene, which is most likely why he was pointing it, getting a feel for the gun. It wasn't his job to check it. Not guilty. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't his job to check it, but she was also in some of the. She had a role in the movie in a couple of parts, so she was a producer / actress.
Oh, okay.
She did have some roles in the movie where she was on the horse riding through that little thing. Like if you've seen the movie.
I ain't seen the movie.
She was in a couple of parts in the movie. She was doing both, producing and
doing a
little.
Did they release the movie?
Yeah, I think he finished it. I mean, you can watch it online.
I didn't know that. I ain't seen it.
Yeah, and they showed them when she was riding in the very beginning of like when all this first happened, all that stuff came out. But then with that armor, when they found out they were shooting the guns with live ammunition at cans the night before or the evening before, because see, people were quitting. They were having problems with that lady. They didn't want to work with the armorer.
Uh-huh.
It'll all come out in the court.
Okay, but if they having problems with the lady that's in the armory, why would they shoot the camera lady?
No, it was an accident, but supposedly he didn't pull the trigger. But I don't know. I have the same 44 caliber. I have a 44 caliber similar to that, and you do have to pull the trigger. They tested it 1,000 times. The FBI did, and it never went off. They hit it with a hammer, with a cock. They did everything. It never went off.
Well, you just heard Doug say he could pull his shit out.
I know. I agree. I agree that some of them older ones can if they're kind of worn out. But evidently, this gun, when they tested it, FBI tested over 1,000. They broke the gun testing it so many times.
Yeah, well, they
don't even have
broke
the gun.
They broke the gun with a hammer.
Yeah, they were hitting on the back of it to see if and it never fired. Not one time out of 1,000 times they hit it and dropped it.
Yeah, but what if they broke it the first time they hit it? It wouldn't have never fired. You know, you can't beat the damn gun. It's a replica. You hit it with a damn hammer.
No, it was a real gun.
It was I know it's a real gun, but it's a replica.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's still a real gun made to fire. Like it'll fire real bullets. They were shooting it the day before.
I know. How do you know they were shooting that particular gun the day before?
They were shooting all of them because why would else would it have a live round in it if somebody didn't unload it? I can tell you that's what's going to come out. That's exactly what happened. Is that armor did not unload those guns from the day before, and she just filled the shell holes up.
Yeah, and
And
then shot him.
She had live rounds in the box.
See,
in her car.
that's where the problem is, and that's the person that whoever brought the bullets is the guilty culprit.
That's right, because she had live rounds in the
Well,
box
she's
in her
in
car.
jail now, though. She's already in jail.
Yeah, but she only got 18 months. I mean, she should have got 20 years.
Yeah, definitely knowingly bringing bullets to a movie.
Yeah, I mean, he would have never done it on purpose. He's got too much going for him to do that
Hell
shit on
no!
purpose.
If you was worth $100 million, would you do anything like that?
No, he didn't. He didn't. They didn't. I think what she did was she just had all the guns in her car, put them in there, and then the next morning they did the rehearsal, not thinking he was going to shoot, and he fired.
Yeah.
And it happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all right, man. Well, I got to get back to work, but
All
I
right,
just want to
Richard.
fill you in.
All right, peace.
All right.
So if it comes out they were shooting, if he was out there shooting these guns and he knew at some point there was live bullets in those guns, then it would have been his responsibility to check it. Okay. Dolly. Hello.
Hey, this is Russ from Tennessee again.
Hey, Russ, I lost you earlier.
But most of them guns they use on set, the blank part of it, the actual end is nothing but paper cover for the blank. And they usually have some kind of on the end of it so that and if you did have that, it would blow the barrel up before that would come out and kill somebody. That's another thing I didn't understand. But and one more thing I want to ask you about too is how come that Proudfoots don't have no school pictures? Yesterday when he was going through on one of the shows, he was showing pictures, but they was all way back yonder. But the child had to have school pictures made and yearbook.
Yeah.
And that's the money making thing. That's a big question. I'd like somebody to ask, where is your school picture?
Huh. I don't know. He shared a lot of baby pictures. I know that.
Yeah. And you have never seen the one that where he is 15. I mean, I don't know what grade he's in, 7th or 8th or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a yearbook every year. And they take school pictures every year. And even if you don't order them, you still keep the ones that, that you can go through because they don't do that.
Yeah, maybe they didn't keep them.
Yeah, but there's a yearbook.
Yeah?
There's a yearbook with everybody's picture in it. And it's never been mentioned. And they say, well, they didn't have many pictures. In the house, they didn't have no pictures up of the boy either. I mean, I always wondered about that right there.
Yeah, but here's the thing is I got a kid and I don't have a picture of her up. I do in my bedroom, like a baby picture of her.
But do you carry one in your billfold?
I used to. I don't have one in it right now because I got a new wallet.
Yeah, well, you see what I'm talking about. Most people have got a picture of their baby. And when they talk to him, like yesterday on whatever show he was on, he was looking for the pictures. And I guess, you know how you haven't just throw them in an old box or something, because you got a million of them before their life, they're later in life. But that is the main thing. And there's not been no kids in that school that knew him. It's like nobody will let their kids even talk about him.
Yeah, there ain't many kids that came out and said things, but I know there was a lot of kids in support of him.
Yeah, and as well as I do, as smiling and joyful he was, he talked to everybody. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay.
And okay. But I'll let you go, but that's the question I'd like to know is where's your school picture?
All right, now you be good.
You take care, brother.
Peace. All right. PJ says, my kid gets a have you seen me card every time there is a picture day for it. In case she goes missing, you have a picture in your phone at Dolly. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't have a million pictures of my kid up. I mean, so if you go in somebody's house, I mean, I got a bunch of pictures of her on my Facebook, but far as I don't have a bunch of pictures of anybody up in my house. Maybe now that y'all said something, maybe I should hang out. I do got a picture of her. It's not hanging up though. It's framed. I just ain't hung it. Now I feel guilty. Dude's worried about Sebastian's school pictures. I mean, he's just curious. I mean, a lot of people want answers for these missing kids. Dolly.
Dolly,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
I'm living my best life.
I know, right? Hey, okay, this is Peach Cobbler. We got to talk about your gun because I agree with Doug and Richard, but if you have a gun and it's not loaded, okay, we already know you can't see, Dolly. So how you gonna load that thing when somebody comes busting in your door in the middle of the night?
I carry two guns at all times.
It's got
this left and right hook.
I mean, I keep mine up high, but you gotta. If it's not loaded, it ain't no good. Because when you're in a panic, you ain't gonna be able to think straight. No, you gotta have it locked and cocked, ready to roll.
That too many accidents happen like that. You got better chances of an accident happening than you do somebody breaking in your house.
Well, that may be true, but I'm saying if somebody comes busting through your door, even in the middle of the day, late at night, I wear glasses. There ain't no way you're going to be able to figure that out in time. You're giving them the upper hand.
I got Lolo. I got a tack chihuahua. Time you hit my driveway, Lolo's already barking.
Well, that's all right. But I mean, just keep it up high. I mean, as long as you don't have little kids around, who's going to grab it?
Oh, I mean, I got it to where if I need to put it on you, I can put it on you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It wouldn't take me long.
Yeah, my husband's got one, it's like got a magnetic holder right on the nightstand. So it's just boom right there. And then we've got another one.
Y'all paranoid. I'm not that paranoid.
Well, I mean, we live in Texas. So you come busting in our house and we got a right to shoot you.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean,
that's
the way it is.
In Virginia, you got to go to the farthest point of your house, and if there's no escape, then you could fire.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, they can be you can be in your bedroom, and if they stay in your living room, you can't shoot them.
Are you kidding me?
I swear, that is the law.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, you got to
go to. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh no! If you put your pinky toe in my kitchen, I'm gonna blow your head off.
Oh yeah,
that's where my back door is.
Yeah, that's how it should be. If you bust in somebody's house, right then it's considered a life or death threat. You should be able to pop a shot in somebody. But Virginia works a little tiny bit differently. You have to be able to not be able to escape. You have to be trapped, and they have to be armed.
Oh my gosh!
So say they break in your house unarmed, and you run to the farthest point of your house, and they pursue you into that point, and they're unarmed. You still can't shoot them.
That is ridiculous. Here, you can even if they approach, like try to break in your car, you can shoot them. That's an extension of your property.
Yeah, I remember I heard this dude in Texas. Somebody was breaking into his neighbor's house, and he called 911. And the neighbor was like, he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to go over there and confront him. She was like, nah, don't do that, sir. He was like, nah, I'm going to go shoot him. He walked right out there and shot the intruders in his neighbor's house.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, that shit's crazy. Don't mess around.
That might be a little much. But like,
you F around and find out in Texas. I know that.
That's right. They don't. I mean, we carry everywhere here. Everybody does. It's open carry. So, I mean, you just don't play games. You just don't play games. But
yeah.
I just wanted to tell you, you and PJ need to come over. I live up around Lubbock, so y'all need to take a little trip.
Where is
so we
that
can
at?
Have a meet and greet.
Where's Lubbock?
It's North Texas.
North Texas. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One day I may be in Texas. I've been to Texas just to the airport.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then I flew out.
It's pretty cool.
I didn't.
That's
I was
pretty
there for
cool.
a few hours, but I didn't have enough time to go visit around Texas or run around. So I just jumped on one plane and waited for my other plane and left. All right, but it's good talking to you.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
All right, peace.
Bye.
And even the airport was damn huge. Okay, I was only there for a few hours. I would have liked to have been able to, fly in and actually check Texas out a little bit, but it was just one of those layovers, so I didn't have much time there. Dolly.
Hey, bud.
Hey.
How are you today?
I'm doing all right, Granny. How about you?
I'm hanging in.
Awesome.
Now, Dolly, you know that if you got a gun and you ain't got it loaded, that gun ain't gonna help you. Why don't you keep yours loaded? At least one of them.
I don't know. I don't sweat that stuff.
Shoot, you bust in my door, you're gonna get a big surprise.
I mean, I don't think nobody's gonna bust in my door. And plus, if you bust in my door, I'm gonna headbutt you in the face.
My arthritis is too bad to load quick. No. Papa just said I don't keep mine loaded.
Well, there you go. I mean, because there's just too many chances for accidents,
Well, I can cover him while he loads.
There you go. I got
But,
PJ. I got PJ. She's strapped up all the time.
Well, that gun ain't gonna do you no good unless it's loaded. That's just enough to, when you pull that and it's not loaded, that's just enough to piss them off really bad.
Yeah. But I mean, I got cameras. I'll know if you're coming. You're not going to be able to get to me that quick. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we got one way in and one way out. It's a long drive. We can see you. But, Alec Baldwin, he didn't mean to kill her.
I don't think so either.
I believe he got set up.
Maybe. I just know he didn't. I don't think he intentionally did it. It didn't seem like it.
No, I think he's a drunk, yes. I think he's arrogant, yes. But I do not think he did this on purpose. He ain't that stupid, y'all.
No, I don't think so either.
David.
You got that much money, you can pay somebody to do it for you.
I'm
Allegedly.
wondering.
Don't do that.
He said he never put his finger on the trigger. I'm wondering if somebody in behind him didn't do it. Because he keeps saying he never put his finger on the trigger. And it only takes 3 to 5 pounds of pressure. And that gun's going to go off. It don't make no sense. Somebody set this poor guy up.
I mean, he had to have pulled the trigger.
He's a multi-millionaire.
I know that.
If he wanted her dead, he'd just done it a different way. No, I don't believe this.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Somebody set him up. And he's going to pay dearly. And his name is Mud in Hollywood now. It is.
I mean, he's going to be found not guilty. He got a reality show coming.
He's going to be found not guilty, but I'm TR, his name is going to be Mud. Are you going to want to do a movie for him or with him? Heck no.
I mean, that just means you get him cheaper.
Nah.
He'll
never work in Hollywood.
He done
again,
went from $5 million a movie to $1 million a movie.
And it's a shame because he used to be he's still attractive. But Alec Baldwin used to be a good-looking, hunky man.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my word.
All right, Granny, don't get too excited.
Well, him and his brothers started out as models.
Oh, I don't know.
These were
how many brothers? There's a bunch of brothers, ain't there? Ain't he got like 30 brothers?
No, there's only 4 of them.
Oh.
He's got boy children now, and so do they. But these men were extremely good looking, to the point that it was just so good looking.
Okay, Granny, I think I get the good looking point.
Yeah, you need to load your gun.
Okay.
And put it up high enough to where no kid can get it, but put it to where you can get to it.
Definitely.
It ain't gonna do you no good unloaded.
Okay.
All right. You take care and watch your top notch.
All right, Granny. Peace.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we're still about, if they took an hour lunch like they said, we got about 20 minutes. Court makes me tired. Does court make anybody else tired, or is it just me? Okay. Plus, I've been here for 5 straight hours. So maybe that's what it is. I got to grab me something to drink. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to run grab me a cup of ice so I can grab something to drink while we're waiting on court to start. I'll see you guys in a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, looks like I didn't miss anything. Let me cut my camera back on. Boom, there I am. Bye. If you haven't yet, make sure y'all take a second, hit that like button. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? The crew sent tons of emails complaining about safety over and over. Court makes you tired too? Okay. We just need a little bit of action. You know what I'm saying? We just need a little bit of action going on while it's all popping off. Okay, let me open the phone lines back up because we got a few minutes left. Okay, phone lines are now back open. We got 15 minutes. And that would have been the hour lunch that, you know, apparently it's what she said anyway, an hour lunch. All right, well, hold on for a minute. You gotta move. Need a little courtroom drama this afternoon? Maybe they should break out into a fight. Okay. That would be better. All right, hold on. Court came back up. Maybe we're getting close that time. I know it said it would be 3:15 is what I think when they should come back. Usually, okay. I mean, I used to keep the stuff around me like that, you know, under my pillow, and I'm not paranoid like that. If I hear something outside, then yeah, I would get my shit, but you know, why worry about it? I'm not that paranoid. Somebody want to kill me that bad, kill me. Dolly, I bet there's some ghosts in that fake church now. Oh, Lord. Well, I mean, the girl didn't lose her life in the church. She lost her life in that helicopter or at the hospital. So technically, nobody died inside the church. Okay? Don't blame the church. Maybe someone can slap that bored look off Alec's face. Please like and subscribe. 60K Horizon. Definitely. We can't make it to 60K without you. And of course, you know, later tonight, I'll do a little bit of true crime. A lot of people on my channel, I don't know if they're not in the court. A lot of, I don't know. It's not as many views on court stuff, but I like the court stuff. So it really don't matter to me. But I will be back later tonight doing some true crime. There's a lot of stuff I want to talk about too that's been going on. Some stuff with Brian Kohlberger, some of the Stephen Stern stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want to cover. So definitely tonight, we're going to be doing some true crime. I don't know because I've been here so long. So I'm going to need me a little break after this, 8 hours of court today. Dolly Googler. I don't even know who you're talking about. The girl that got shot. Glad you're covering this. Hey, Zircon. I liked Alec till I heard he was trying to force his daughter to sleep with some Hollywood perv. Oh, Lord. I hope that ain't the case. Yay, please not too late tonight, Peach Cobbler says. Sends me to sleep. At Tracy Allen, Hannah Reed. I'm not paranoid. I just watch true crime. That makes a common sense thing. You would think I would stay, I used to all the time, but I used to live in a way worse area. So if you had to go to the store, I always had to take my shit with me. I would keep 2 on me, 1 in the car, 1 on me. So now that I live in a little bit nicer area, I don't worry as much, and I don't go anywhere in the middle of the night where, but then again, you never know. Shit can happen to you anytime. Thank you for covering. Thank you for being here, Wanda. Was he arrested? Well, he drove himself to the police station. Okay. I mean, we're talking Alec Baldwin here. He drove his damn self to the police station. He's like, man, I'm too good to ride in your police cars. Team Rose, no. Another dude unalived his girlfriend in Ohio, dumped her in the trash near Mother Goose amusement park. It's probably haunted now. Well, what about this dude that's he was facing charges for assaulting his girl, and then his girl vanishes and they drop the assault charges on him? There's a whole bunch of stuff in true crime going on. Then, we got the Them retrying Karen Reed. That's going to go down in October. He's on meds. BK can sneak up on you. I would smell him coming. Okay. I would be able to smell his beard from about 3 miles away. I want Pete's Cobbler now. Pete's Cobbler is good. Okay. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't mind having some Pete's Cobbler either. But I ate a pretty good breakfast. So I think I'm going to skip lunch. I usually don't eat in the morning time. But I ate this morning. I was hungry as shit too. You have to find you some Pete's Cobbler. Awesome. Awesome. I'm ready to get this day moving. If they would come to hell on. I don't know if I'm patient enough to cover court cases, especially daily. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Hey, it's Doug from Tennessee. I got to tell Granny something.
What?
You can't put your gun up there high.
Because I'm not that tall?
Yeah.
Oh, so you got jokes. You got big people jokes.
Yeah, all right, buddy.
All right,
Later.
All right, Doug. Doug think he funny. Doug think he funny. He said Dolly can't put his gun up high. All right. How you know? I might have step ladders around here. Okay. I might have a ladder here, a ladder there. I ain't as short as I look. All right. I mean, compared to Doug, I'm short. But everybody else that met me, they'll tell you I'm not that short. It's just I are set slow. So I appear on TV to look really short. But when people usually meet me in person, they're like, "Man, you're a little taller than I thought you'd be." So it's really the chair. Okay, I ain't really that short. Doug think he got jokes. Mr. Funny Man, Mr. Funny Dude over there. I'm short. You're 5'2". Well, I'm 5'7". Okay, I ain't the tallest person in the world, but I ain't that short. Okay, I don't have tall people problems, and I don't have short people problems. I can usually reach everything. Um, 5'5" and shrinking. I might have shrank a little bit. I don't know. I'm getting old. I think I'm hunched over. My back be killing me. Everyone is short compared to Doug. Isn't he like 12'10" or something? Doug is big as shit. Okay, I mean, that's a big dude. He's like 6 foot. I don't know. I know he's over 6 foot something. He's 2 of me. So 10 foot? I don't know. He ain't 10 foot. He's fucking damn near 7 foot though. He's up there. He could be Andre the Giant's kid. That's for damn sure. Your dad is 6'4". You hate the top shelf of everything. I can understand that. You just realized you was behind in the video. Okay. You've been talking to yourself then, Team Rose. You used to that though. You have the best callers in chat and channel, of course. Okay. Don't blow my head up too big. All right. It's already big enough. Oh, my neck hurts. All right. You're 5'3". Okay. Well, that's fine if you're a woman. Okay. If you 5'3" as a man, you a Oompa Loompa. Peach Cobbler says, I like it here. Well, it's a mellow day today. We're just watching court. Usually it's crazy. I can't keep up with the chat. But I believe it or not, sometimes I like the calmness of, what is it right now? 500 people in here. See, 500, I can read I can have a conversation. I can read the chats. When you get to about that 1,000 mark, I can't even read the chat anymore. Daddy likes to have fun and make us laugh, not serious. Yeah, I'd rather be, chill, relax, to be all dead ass serious. Hey, Dolly, haven't missed a video. Just don't always chat. Okay, short. Keep it short. Keep it short. Well, at least you're here. Thank you for being here with us. That is awesome of you. Not the most exciting thing. We're just, kind of waiting for court to kick back in. Your mom was 6 foot. Perfect for your day off. Me and Dolly like calmness in your community. I'm getting pretty calm watching Alec trying not to sweat. Well, I mean, nobody wants to go to damn prison for 18 months. Okay, here we go. We back in court, baby. Thank you, Jesus. I was about to fall damn asleep. I don't know what it is. It's like sports. I like sports when I'm there watching it. I don't really like watching it on TV. Court's kind of like that to me. Like, I enjoy court when I'm sitting in there and I'm watching somebody else about to go to jail. Not me, though. I hate when I'm about to go to jail. But when it's other people, I enjoy watching other people go to jail. I'm like, you do the crime, you got to do the time. I just don't like to be the one standing in front of that judge. Sports on TV puts you to sleep. You got to be there. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. All right, let's get this party started. See, because this is New Mexico. They're back behind us. What, 2 hours? Well, they're behind me 2 hours. So it's like, what, 1 o'clock their time? It's 3 here. Is that his wife? At least they're going to keep it a quick trial, though. 10 days, that ain't bad. Did you say the music reminds you of a morgue? I just do that because you got to, because of commentary. Like, if you don't have something going, then you're like, it's against YouTube's rules. But since I got a little bit of background music, I do commentary over it. It falls under the YouTube guidelines. It's 2 where you're at. His wife shows up. Maybe he won't want to go home. Just give me the 18 months. I'll take it. Guilty. Sounds like an adult video. There you go. I don't know what's on your mind. How you know what adult videos you've been watching? I mean, I just clicked on something random as far as the background noise. It's pretty mellow though. It is so hot today. I may have to cut this fan on. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. It may be a little noisy, guys, but I need air. Order in the court. Well, they have a heat advisory from 10 to 10 today. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It is so hot. Like I said, I don't never sweat, and I'm sweating. I mean, listen, if I had all that money he got, I would not be sweating this court shit. I would have done took a nap. Right? Because at the worst, what is it, 18 months? And he ain't going to get that. Unless something comes out that shows he's had some part in that bullet getting in there. But if they just handed him a gun and he didn't know and he shot this lady, he ain't going to jail. He didn't mean to do it. Like I said, I haven't seen all the evidence yet. So, but from just what I've seen so far, I would say, hey man, this dude don't deserve to go to jail. $18 months and he'll get a book deal, Netflix, all that honey bunny. Dolly, what's the outside temperature where you're at? Hell, okay? Scorching. It is hot as shit. I don't even know. Hey, Alexa, what's the temperature in Chesapeake, Virginia?
Right now, in Chesapeake, Virginia, it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 78 degrees.
It's 90. But the humidity, you got to remember that's 90 with humidity. So it's hot. I mean, the hottest temperature I've been in was 125 degrees, and that was in Vegas. And I swear Virginia feels hotter than I mean, it was like being in the oven, but I wasn't sweaty. Like here it's muggy, sweaty, hot, sticky. Like, so I would say 100-degree day here is worse than 125-degree day in Vegas. Low 78. That's 32 degrees in Australia. Dolly Vision broadcast is from the great state of Virginia. That is true. Dry heat, yeah. The humidity and heat is where it's bad. PJ, we've been wanting to go to Florida so I can cover the Stephen Stearns case. And PJ's like, man, it's going to be so hot. We should do something else. When you first moved to Virginia, you thought you were going to die the first summer you was here. Yeah, I mean, the humidity and it gets so damn hot. Florida's a swamp. Yeah, so maybe we'll go up north somewhere. I don't know. We're going somewhere for August. She got some time off. So as soon as she takes her time off work, we're going to go somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but maybe somewhere cool. Not as hot. I told her Canada. I said, we're going to Canada, eh? Okay, are they going to get this going or what? I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come to Louisiana. Is it hot? I'm trying to go somewhere cool. You know what I'm saying? Dark suit, white skirt, dark hair behind the screen. Who looks scared? I don't know, but I'll take this call until they start. Up. They hung up. Never mind. Let me cut that phone line off. Come to Canada, says Ashley. I've never been to Canada. Do I need a passport to get into Canada? Or can I just walk across the border? How's that work? You do need a passport? The hell with that, then. Yes, you do, Dolly. To get into Canada? I thought that was our neighbor. That's a bunch of bullshit. You mean all these people can walk into this country, but we need a passport to get to Canada? Go to New York side of Niagara Falls. That's what I was thinking, is go to Niagara Falls. Me and PJ would have been talking about that anyway. Dolly, it's 92 in upstate New York. Damn, that shit sounds hot too. How's the humidity? If the humidity ain't bad, 92 ain't bad. Alaska. There you go. Alaska sounds like it'd be chill. There's 100 degrees in Oklahoma. We need a passport for Mexico now. Is that true? I don't know, man. I'm still kind of scared to fly over water. Don't get married in a barrel over the fall, Dolly. I don't plan on falling off a dam. I don't plan on going off the side in the barrel, that's for sure. No. I said that you didn't want to go to Florida. We might go somewhere else. I might just fly down to Florida, cover some of the case, but we will go somewhere else. I'm in Niagara Falls, Canada, trying to call right now. What, the phone lines are off, but I can cut them back on. Phone lines are now back on. I just want to be somewhere not so hot. Dolly. Yeah.
It's Adam.
What's up, Adam?
Not much. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
I'm in Niagara Falls, Canada right now. You don't want to come here. It's too hot.
It's too hot?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's the humidity.
Oh, I got you. That's how it is here in Virginia. It's damn the humidity. It's so hot. I'm sweaty. It's like swamp ass weather.
Yeah. So I got it. So I listen to you every single day of my life. I love you.
Thank you.
So I'm a crime scene cleaner, and I heard that you wanted to be a crime scene cleaner too.
Yeah.
When you were younger, yeah. So I got a little funny joke for you.
All right.
I used to work body removal.
Uh-huh.
So I picked up this body and I brought it to the hospital one time, and I ran into the coroner and I said to the coroner, I said, "Holy, it's hot as balls out." And he's like, "You're right." And it was like 90 degrees or whatever it was. So he goes, and I go, "What do you mean I'm right?" And he goes, "The internal temperature of a testicle is 45 degrees. It is hot as balls out."
I didn't know that.
Well, yeah.
All right. Well, court's back on. I'll holler at you later.
I love you, man.
All right. Peace.
6, if you could just publish it to the jury.
I missed this joke.
Defendant's 8.
Is that 8? Defendant's 8 is admitted. You may.
Did y'all
publish.
catch it? Something about a testicle is 45 degrees.
Oh, 8.
110 in Sacramento.
Yes, we filed our exhibit list first.
Okay, so you do.
You know, the one thing about when I was in Vegas, that the casinos keep it so cold in the hotels. When you walk outside, it takes you a while just to warm up.
Okay, and is this page? I can't see the page at the bottom. Is this page 6? Okay, and
800 degrees in Las Vegas. I believe it.
Do you see how it says accident, accident, accident? I can touch it. Oh, accident. Okay. And then I would ask, the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J. Exhibits 9 and 10 that was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and I'd asked to play and enter them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are again the 911 calls.
Yes.
Why are they 2 exhibits?
It just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
three.
All right. So upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we turn the volume up.
You may publish.
911 call.
We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots at on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up. Santa Fe Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. This fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him yell over my table and yell at me?
Who yelled at her?
She checked the gun. She's responsible for what happened. Now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people are injured?
Oh, he's saying that dude was supposed to check the guns.
We were rehearsing and it went off and I ran out.
You heard some language, and then that the first assistant.
Well, it's
was
too
supposed to check the
quiet.
gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023. Your pretrial interview, Officer LaFleur. And I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, and again, Mr. Spiro is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is.
Low budget attorney on Amazon. I like his attorney. I think his attorney's good. Well, we got to breathe.
Yeah. So it, and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like it appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was
Objection, Your Honor.
the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Turtle Gang. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. Welcome aboard the Dolly train, first class. Order in the court. Order in the court.
As I was walking back, my question was, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And so it is it in fact true that in your earlier statement you said, and it came in like and appeared to be what the dispatch said it was, an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any, I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be prop or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach? I don't know what to do.
They're trying to bring in that hearsay. He's like, my lawyer better handle this shit. He's being charged with involuntary manslaughter. He only faces the max 18 months in jail. So it ain't like he's facing the rest of his life, but it is what it is.
As I was saying, officer, did you learn at the scene whether or not
I hear that,
Sarah
LG
was going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got there? Did you learn that information? Do you recall?
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which part, which person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body worn camera recorded. Yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
We're going to give him a job in Canton, Mass. Okay. He should work for the Canton Police Department.
You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not see him pull the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. I was on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
To an extent, yes.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Cano.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for the state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
She objects to everything. Just be like, lady, I object.
Do you know how the live bullet got on set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Amen.
Cross-exam.
Can I use the Elmo, please?
No, she's annoying.
You know what,
He
let me do
was a
this. Where is
dum
the
dum.
defense exhibit?
MJ.
DX.
Lally just didn't. He didn't annoy me. Like he didn't aggravate me. This lady's more aggravating. And she's smarter.
There are 3 copies?
Yes,
Okay.
I can't believe she objected during his opening statement. He was trying to turn that shit into a movie. In a distant time, in
Officer
a distant
LaFleur,
land.
let's back up a little bit, okay? Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
May I? Let me know. Officer, when was your pretrial interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
It was a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I can recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question.
Not that I can remember, no.
The defense did. Crazy. Huh?
Do you agree with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
Can you rephrase that question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe.
He did kind of say he coached her. But
Did
you can
Mr.
tell he
Spyro
has.
indicate to you on cross-examination that did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached in my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the New Mexico State statute.
He didn't say he was coached. He just implied he was coached.
Homicides?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
Officer LaFleur, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes. It appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a reporting system that we use. The dispatches us through. And
So this is this a dispatch log?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, she was shot with 100% a real bullet. Yeah, that bullet was real as can be.
Sorry, I know that's getting smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
Do you want to help me out?
He's there for the prosecution. She's grilling her own witness. This lady is on. She's like,
No, it's not.
I don't know. She's
At
aggressive.
the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16, and then there's a parentheses.
Yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
The reason Alec didn't pick Karen Reed's team, he didn't want to sleep with Alan Jackson.
Involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here.
He represents you. You got to give it up.
Number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return. It came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
And look, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Let's jump down to number 26. 6. What does that say?
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
I don't know why she's talking like that. This lady is a trip, boy. She is aggressive, though.
Go ahead, sir.
Says drinking.
She would have
and
gotten the
driving at
conviction in
0.0.
Karen Reed. Look how many times she takes her glasses on and off. She's serious. When you put them glasses on.
Yeah, per se, I think that's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. I think the next line is the blood alcohol content BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
Let's have a look at page 5. Do you see up here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Yeah,
Is this
she's a mean
incident
ass
that was related to
prosecutor.
alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm
She ain't no joke, though. She's coming. She's going coming for the juggler.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's what the NCIC return gives our CAD. As you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity.
If I was Alec, I would testify. I think it would help him.
Is
to be honest.
Is the word accident reflective of
Innocent people testify.
of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
Is the word accident in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here it's just a bunch of returns.
Thank you for your time, sir.
I don't have anything further. All right, thank you. This witness is excused. Next witness.
I mean, they
The
ain't going to
state
convict
calls-
him. I don't think.
We would now move to page 14 of that exhibit.
Come over here.
All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, make sure you give the video a like, share it. If you're new here, make sure you sub up if you're watching out there in the ether. Help us hit 60,000. We're not too far away. You think Alec will speak for himself because he's smart? I think so too. I think it would help
Your
him.
Honor, the state calls Timoteo Benavides.
Lolo's sitting right beside me.
As the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law?
Sorry, Major.
Sorry.
What's going on?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that date, at approximately
Spacecraft
1:48,
commander.
Did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County.
Okay. In New Mexico?
In the state of New Mexico, yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when
I didn't realize I was
do
muted.
you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LaFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Alderete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yeah, movie set was in New
Are you
Mexico
familiar,
for
or
the
were you
movie
familiar with
Rust.
how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and sirens, my lapel goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
It records until I stop it or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes, at the time it's uploaded, we, as deputies, we don't have no control how it's, we show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our, I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing, because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said that they.
Let me pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be en route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest. One shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims up there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
We're going to secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean,
They were trying to
I
save
couldn't
that lady's
distinguish
life.
Who it was? It was actors. It was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty, let's see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right.
This stuff is windy. Good Lord.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LaFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Yeah. Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had 2 victims, Halyna and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. And it was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Alderete know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the.
Can I pull these guys down, get them the hell with a helicopter?
Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out, and then I asked Corporal Alderete to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
Hey, I need pictures right away. Where's the props guy?
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armor.
Kropskaya!
I'm sorry, no, you have a job? We need to make sure that they.
Yes, they're taking care of business.
Yes.
What else do you need there, Chief?
What's my radio? It's just here. Thank you.
Cleared the gun. Where is it?
You got the cleared gun?
I think they're gonna find him not guilty because there's other people that handled the gun, and it's involuntary manslaughter. I just don't know. I don't know if there's enough here.
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them. That's not. Okay.
Yeah, there was 2 people shot, the lady and the director. So 2 people shot, yeah. But only one of them passed away.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish it in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you going now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, man. I need to know where the gun's at right now.
Armor, I need to know where the guns are at. There. Go and get right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
Who is that?
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these 2 victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6?
Yeah, 2 people were supposed to check the guns before it got to him. And yeah, but the bullets, the casings look just the same. The only difference is one's silver and one's gold.
States Exhibit 6 is going to be handed to you, Mr.
Or brass.
Benavides. If you could put on some gloves and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in States Exhibit 6.
Yes, sir. I have a question from one of the witnesses.
Ms. Johnson, make note of where you.
I don't know if you want that gun. That gun has a lot of bad mojo on it. Okay. It doesn't unalive somebody. Yeah, there was only one real live shell casing in the gun. The rest were dummy bullets. They didn't even fire. They didn't go bang or nothing. They were just lookalikes. But one was real, and he says the gun went off when he pulled it. And of course, it shot her in the side, came out her back, and then it hit the man in the shoulder. Nah, MJ, nah, Tom ain't out there. You crazy, man. You crazy.
Correct me if I'm misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
They're playing for 18 months in jail, okay?
Let's go back, Mr. Benavides. Do you recall approximately what time it was when you actually arrived on scene?
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
If you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
Yes.
Your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
All right, if I can take that one. What time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens. So when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
I don't know, Lisa. I mean, it never happened in the past, so he didn't think that was going to happen. I don't think, you know.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armor and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Halyna Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody of it from her and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
Yeah, they broke out the
13.
gun.
No objection.
I haven't tendered 6 because we have other witnesses through whom we're going to
Okay, so
tender
7,
6.
and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you were
7
gonna.
and 8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but okay, those were admitted. Now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Halyna Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked the front.
I wonder what he mumbled.
And nobody entered.
Anybody know?
except for me, 'cause I'm the only
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
from the passenger side of my unit.
Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no No rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in back of my unit and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detectives needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted. Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
It was only that one bullet, I think.
So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so there was a gentleman that offers his services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
Is there another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish on? Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Counsel, did you want to see it?
No objection.
May I, Your Honor, I move into evidence.
The bullet belt Baldwin's has on him had
May I
live
publish?
bullets strapped on him. I don't
Do you
know.
recognize
I think it's
that?
just in the gun.
It states Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys. There's loose ammunition.
And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out, as in film.
Is
Yeah,
that
the
what we
prosecutor's
saw,
good.
The yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
Hey, Judy. Good to see you.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Poppel.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish on? Yes. I move into evidence State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
So was there any other live ammunition on that cart?
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart? Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish.
I
What is
am a
State's
little
Exhibit 12,
sleepy.
Mr.
I've been here
Benavides?
6.5 hours. I got
They
up
are
really
close up of
early
the white,
this
2
morning.
white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Poppel.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong copy.
They said two. Now, anyone else secure? Where are they at?
What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video.
Where are they at?
What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
How would you give them Yeah, that's not it.
Is that when you secured the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
It's under video. We need more units out here.
And that Ben's headed out. Oh my God.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these around here?
Okay,
Yeah, around here.
okay, no, so this is the one I'm pretty sure about. That's the one. And already, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
Karen.
Zero rep. Just relax.
So it's the box that I got around it.
Okay. You don't right there. You don't right there. Okay. Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you could see, she's upset, visibly upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? The helicopter's here for her. Yeah, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these injuries? Is she okay?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavides?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Mr. Benavides, do you know where the gun was from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was given to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
And do you know who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Benavides, and you can take those gloves off unless you want to keep them on.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You know, when you get to this scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7, and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. But fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop cart, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there and you went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of, you know, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
I mean, it's all fake bullets and stuff. What's he mumbling to himself there, I wonder? He's like, this is bullshit.
An empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody, fair?
I do not know, but
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody, true?
a complete, yeah, of course.
Right, so, I think you fixed it. Sustained and you fixed it.
You know, and then you go back to the armorer, and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her, and I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today, right? You've got purple gloves on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you don't want to.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
I don't have to see it right now. But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about.
Well, we know his DNA would be on it. He kept pulling it. Of course, his DNA was on the
When I
gun.
cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
That's a weird
But you
question.
don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
Just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this date,
Okay.
other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety at the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that. But while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
Yeah?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you've said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
No, not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart. Fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and
He said, I didn't know anything.
One was this and one was that, right?
I didn't know
He explained real
anything.
quick, which,
I believe that.
It didn't, register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guess.
And if I could just show the witness, I assume no objection to States 26. Okay. If I could offer, I don't know if I want to do this. If I could offer States 26, or should I make it
Your Honor, we have no objection to admitting our own exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit States 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor.
Yeah, we had the Crow where Brandon Lee got shot. Now we got Russ with Alec Baldwin done shot somebody. So, I mean, it looks like it was an accident. Was he neglectful in his behavior? Was he, inappropriately handling this weapon? But it should have never went off. It should have never had a live bullet in it. So it's just a tragic accident.
If you look sort of in the middle section,
He's facing 18 months involuntary manslaughter.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in more, reinforcements, sir, so that you didn't have to try to manage all of that.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LaFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque, and he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have, I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
It's a proper question, obviously, because I'm asking why the backup didn't come in if he knows that.
Here we go. Sidebar. I want to take a quick second. Thank everybody that came by today, hanging out with me, watching this Alec Baldwin trial. Okay. It may be a little loud because I got my fan on. It is so hot here in Virginia today. I think I almost sweated myself to death. So my air conditioners do not seem to be keeping up with this heat. So with this being, a couple hours back in time for me, this thing is going to go pretty long, I think. Okay. We still got the afternoon break to go, which they shouldn't be long from. We've been here with you live for almost 7 hours. Okay, 7 hours of Dolly today. That's a lot to look at this face, right? Well, on and off again. So they need to make court shorter. Maybe they should cap it at 4 hours a day, because I think 4 hours a day is just a lot.
And answer, and he can rephrase. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
You called for the state police and they didn't come, right?
Yes.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
Yeah, I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the state.
No.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call, no.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that it's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition.
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay and speculation.
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. Okay. It's fair to say law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the bullet that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
That's a good question. Who had access to the prop truck? Can I kick it?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives. Yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel. Yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car. Yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr.
The
Baldwin.
defense attorney looks like a Facebook owner.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I try to listen to them. Yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out that it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement. Yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it?
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you.
Breaking news. The Stephen Stern case has been moved to October 14th. Okay. October 14th for Stephen Stearns in the Jen Soto, Maddie Soto case. I don't know why this guy's a damn witness, to be honest with you. I couldn't tell you. Maybe because he was the first, he got there
Mr.
quick.
Benavides, you were shown State's Exhibit 26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
Stephen Stearns will definitely go down. He will get the death penalty for sure.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess. Was
that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Also speculation.
Well, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection. Vague. Unclear.
Well, why don't you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it
Yes,
to
sir.
front of my unit,
Yes,
it
sir.
stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, if I may. Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No. I believe Deputy LaFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LaFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
All right, we're going to take our bathroom break. We'll be back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
All right. We got a break time. So, is he guilty? Is he not guilty? At this point, honestly, I don't see them finding him guilty. Like, there's nothing. He didn't load the gun. He didn't bring the bullets. He wasn't at the arm. I'm still thinking it ain't going to happen. There's a YouTuber in the audience. What YouTuber's in the audience? What YouTuber's there? Guilty AF. MJ thinks guilty. Okay, maybe so. There may be some guilty in it. I don't think so, though. Not me myself. I'm going to open the phone lines up while we wait, just in case y'all want to chat. Cone and Drone Capone, not guilty. I told you who was going there. Is he there? Not guilty. He did not check the gun to see if it was loaded. He couldn't know. I think JL may be there. Dolly.
Hey,
Hey.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Doug, you didn't get mad at me, did you?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I just make sure you didn't get mad because I cut a short joke.
Oh, no, not at all.
All right, brother.
Oh,
Somebody else calling you.
Okay, all right, peace. All right, Doug thought I was mad at him. Nah, Doug, I ain't mad at you. Not guilty. That was just Doug. I don't think JR is there today. Maybe there or either tomorrow. Okay. Okay, you're about to be here. Okay, PJ. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly.
Hey.
This is Melody from Florida. This is a different Melody.
Hey, different Melody.
I don't think he's guilty.
You don't think he's guilty?
No, I don't think he's guilty. I think he may have been set up because he has been doing the Donald Trump thing on Saturday Night Live, and I think since Donald Trump is he's trying to get reelected, and he doesn't want Alec to be doing that again on Saturday Night Live. So I think he might have set him up.
Now Trump's a killer. Maybe I don't know. Somebody put a real bullet in there.
Yep. Somebody did put a real bullet in there.
All right.
I thank you. I enjoy all your shows.
Thank you.
I can't watch them all because most of them are on so late, and I have to go to work.
Yeah.
But on my days off, I watch you, and I enjoy everything. Especially, like the missing children.
Yeah. Well,
we had a missing child. We had a missing child down here in Florida a day ago, and I guess they found his body. He was a nonverbal, I think 4-year-old autistic boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out in that.
Yes. And also, I believe that Jen Soto is guilty also.
I think she's guilty, and she should pay the price, is what I think.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
You be good.
Yes. Okay, you too.
All right.
Peace out.
All right, she was sweet. Okay, guys, y'all got to give me a minute. PJ, I believe, is just coming in or about to come in. I see Lolo looking. Lolo, you gonna get her? Dolly.
Dolly.
Hey.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to you.
You're talking to me.
This is Pooh Bear.
Hey, Pooh Bear.
From Missouri.
From Missouri.
Missouri. Hey, so here's my question. If you're on a movie set, why would you even think that there would be real bullets on a movie set?
You wouldn't. I wouldn't think.
Right. I mean, normally on movie sets, there's not real bullets; they're all fake.
Yeah.
So I don't get why he would think to check the gun, because he wouldn't think that there would be real bullets.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a real tragic accident, me, myself. And I
do too.
I think, the family probably wants some justice, but it was just an accident. Sometimes freak accidents happen.
Exactly. I mean, we're gun owners, and if my husband hands me a gun, I don't look to see if it's loaded or not. I mean, if we're out shooting or whatever.
Yeah, but you ain't shooting in
because I trust him.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't shooting in a movie, so the movie.
Well, no, but
a little tiny bit different.
I don't know. I just think if you're on a movie set, you wouldn't even think that there would be real bullets.
Oh,
Shells,
okay.
Whatever you call them. That's what I think.
Is that something that got sent back to us?
No, this is something that has PJ and Dolly on it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I'm so glad I got to talk to you.
All right, you be good.
You too.
All right, peace.
Bye.
All right, if it has PJ and Dolly on it, let me see it. Want me to open it live?
Yeah, I was trying to take this off so you don't accidentally show it, but it won't come off.
Okay. Is it something I can just rip open?
Probably.
Okay, guys, we got a Dolly gift. Let's see what it is together. All right, let's cut the camera back on. We got a couple minutes to kill. Does it say who it's from? PJ and Dolly.
I think I know who that's from.
All right, let's see what it is, guys. It's in a big bag. I don't want to accidentally show the address. All right, let's see. It looks like something that says Dolly on it.
No.
That's what it looks like. It is. Oh, it's a picture of me.
What?
It is hoodie with a picture of me that says Dolly.
That's cute.
Boom.
Where did that picture come from?
I took it at the ocean front a long time ago. She must have got it. Whoever did it, they got it off my Facebook. That's an old picture. That's Steve-O beside me and Bubba. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see what that's. That must be me. Oh, look at this one.
What? No way.
It's you, PJ Vision.
Oh my god, that's so cool. I hope they picked a better picture.
It's a pretty picture of you.
Aww. Oh, that's so cool. Too bad that doesn't look anything like me.
Huh?
That doesn't look anything like me.
It does look like you.
I love that. Oh, that's so cute.
Does that say? Yeah. Okay. Here. Thank you.
Thank
does
you.
it say who
It's
sent
from
it?
Jax.
Jax.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jax.
Oh, that's cute. These got held up in customs, he said.
Oh, okay. Where's Jax from?
Michigan, I think.
How the hell is there customs between here and
That
Michigan?
got ordered.
Oh.
So then it got ordered and then it got sent.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Jax. That's super, super awesome. I mean, it's hot as shit. I'm about to have a heat stroke and it's a hoodie. But once it gets cold, like October, I'll be able to wear it. And that's pretty cool. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
I think you meant like that you're wearing this one and I'm wearing this one, but I don't think you were thinking that.
Oh, is that what you're thinking? Oh, you're going to wear me and I'm going to wear you? We're going to be that couple?
Myself.
Oh, I thought we were wearing ourselves.
Yeah, that's because you're into yourself more.
I guess maybe. Here, take that. I don't want to accidentally dock somebody's names or addresses or
all the people
like
that are saying the guy got set up, is that really a thing? Because he has.
I mean, possibly. I mean, listen. If somebody wants something bad to happen and you got all the bullets just sitting out there on a tray and somebody throws a real one in there, it could have been anybody brought the bullet because they didn't have the ammunition secure.
Right, but if there was a setup, that would mean that somebody was trying to set him up to take the hit and kill somebody possibly.
Yeah.
So anybody within that facility
Could have got killed.
Could have gotten killed. And there was a revolver in play. So you're putting fake bullet, real bullet, fake, real, whatever. It said they mentioned 3 bullets.
And what's the odds of him actually, he got all them shots in there and he hits the one that is the real bullet?
Well, they only mentioned 3. They mentioned that the 2 before the 3rd were blanks or whatever the other name for them.
So what do you think? They were shooting that gun the day before and they forgot to take the bullet out and they loaded it and then that's why it was the next one in the chamber?
Yeah. Well, I went and looked at a little bit of the old the other case and basically they were kind of outed as being really irresponsible.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can clearly tell it was irresponsible because they had it just on a rolling cart with guns up there, loose bullets.
He had cut the budget so much, and the safety was in question that some of the staff walked off the day before.
Some of the staff walked off the day before because he had cut the safety.
Well, he had such a low budget to begin with, but he cut, they were concerned for their safety.
How much was it? We know what his budget was?
I think like either 30 or 50,000, something
for the whole movie.
Real low, yeah. So he cut all the corners he possibly could. He did, every cheap thing instead of doing it correctly. And you sat up here saying that as an actor, he's got a right to have his finger on the trigger for daggone well, if you're an actor and you came up here, let's say it was allowed up here, there's no way in hell, even if you had looked at it, the gun last time that it was touched and you had checked it, you would sit up here and check it one more time before you fired it. It's just like safety. And for him to even put his, why did he even need to put,
but would he even know the difference between a real bullet and a blank bullet? He ain't the gun person. I couldn't tell the difference. One was silver, one was copper.
Picture. There's clear different, like the ones that are pointed, there's different colors at the tip. And then they're like a little flatter. It's just different. If you've handled weapons before, you would know. And if you were really looking at them real close, you would know. They're not very, like, they should be neon, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they definitely should be neon colored so people don't
Because, like, fake weapons usually have that orange tip.
tip.
On
Yeah, the
so
orange tip, so you know,
like,
yeah.
why wouldn't that be the case with something like this?
And why in this day and age they even need bullets in the gun when they can do it in editing?
CGI. But
CGI
on a
editing.
low budget, you're not doing all that because that's what costs money usually.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All the editing and the CGI and I guess you're right. That is what costs all the damn money. But they got programs you can do that pretty fairly cheap. So
I was trying to find out if it was him that was messing around the day before and firing the target practice the day before, but I didn't see that. I don't think in the case they specifically said he was out there with them target practicing. So I don't know.
Is it still scorching hot out?
I'm in here sweating. It's hot. It's hot.
How hot is it outside?
I don't know, like 90 degrees.
90?
98.
98. Oh, it must have went up some. When I asked Alexa, it said it was 90. So let's jump over to this. Give me a second, guys. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack and your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry? And your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly. I'm creator of Dolly's luxurious lather bars. Best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Hear it, Dolly. We take every flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of Love Spell, Caribbean Haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buydollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code WASHYOURFLAPS. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later. Get your Dolly soap while you can. Wash your flaps. All right, we're just a couple minutes away from them coming back into the court. It should be like a minute. Yeah, they said 5:15. So we're about to get this party back started. 8 million is what I'm seeing, Dolly. That was spent. 8 million on the movie. Somebody says it's 105 now. I'm dying. Only here are commercials funny. Thank you, Heather, whatever. I've been meaning to shoot a new Dolly commercial. I just ain't got around to it yet. I ain't gonna try to do one fine. We'll do one a little more serious, just to the point. By DollySoap.com. What about dudes parts? Asked him for Tony. Asked him for Tony. It works on dude parts too. All right, here we go. We're back. Okay, where are they at? They're supposed to be back. Wash your hands, Judge. We got to go. Time to rock and roll. So I think, what do we got? About another hour and a half left for court today. That's what I'm thinking. Flappy is a new member. Awesome. Thank you for joining the Dolly train. Huh? What did I say? Flappy? All right, Flippy, my bad. Flippy. I don't got my glasses on. It's Flippy, not Flappy. Brandon Lee did get shot and killed making the movie The Crow. It's okay. Funny. I'm terrible for murdering people's names. Forgive me. Forgive me. Good Lord. I wish Satan could turn off his heat today. Would be great. Turn down the furnace. Satan screaming, turn down for what? We need Lolo merchandise. Lolo has merchandise. She has the doggy shampoo. That's it. That's all she has. There's Lolo doggy shampoo. And I don't even know if we have that in stock. We don't. I'm going to be baking stuff late tonight. I'll be working on things. After this stream, I'm going to take me a good nap, relax, and then I'm going to get up. I got some t-shirts and hoodies, stuff I got to print. So I'm going to try to get that stuff done. Jax, it was Brandon, his son, died making the movie. Bruce Lee. What did Bruce Lee die from? Hey, Alexa, what did Bruce Lee die from?
Bruce Lee died on July 20th, 1973, from swelling of the brain caused by a reaction to prescription medication. He was 32 years old.
32 years old when Bruce Lee died. He died from a reaction to medicine. His brain swole. I never knew that. Did anybody else know that? I never knew Bruce Lee died. Is that a Mandela effect? I could have swore he died in the Iron Dragon or something like that. Wow. Anybody know that? Only 32 years old, died from swelling of the brain from prescription medicine. That's why I don't be taking aspirin right there. Damn. They say the family's cursed, the Bruce Lee curse. Hey, Alexa, what is the legend of the Bruce Lee curse?
From Beckwast.nl. The Curse of the Dragon refers to the unexplained deaths of Bruce Lee and some of his family members.
Okay. It didn't go into no detail. It just said about the deaths of him and some of his family members. The Curse of the Dragon. Hey, Alexa, how did Brandon Lee die?
Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, died in a movie accident in 1993.
93.
The 28-year-old was killed when a small explosive charge used to simulate gunfire went off during filming a movie.
Okay. It said a small explosive charge went off while filming the movie, but there was a bullet in the chamber of the gun, won't it? Like where it double chambered? Alexa be knowing. I was told Bruce Lee died.
To answer your question, The Nevers is an action show starring Laura Donnelly.
Alexa, turn off. I didn't ask you nothing. I was told Bruce Lee died the same way his son died. No, he definitely didn't get shot in the movie. I remember watching a movie on Bruce Lee. I don't remember him dying from swelling of the brain. That seems so new to me. Like, why did I know that? You thought he was killed? I remember he got his back broke. And he was in I don't know, in like a machine to hold him in place, so because he had broke his back. Alexa, pretty smart.
This might answer your question. Pretty Smart is a 1987 comedy film starring Trisha Lee Fisher, Lisa Loring, and Dennis Cole. Two private groups.
Okay, Alexa, we get the point. Hey, Alexa, are curses real?
Curses are believed to be real by some. A curse is an intended action that results in an unlucky or harmful effect on someone. Curses can take many forms, such as words or objects, and are often used for magical or supernatural purposes. While the effectiveness of curses may vary, many people believe that they can cause harm to others. Whether or not curses are real is a matter of personal belief and interpretation.
Okay, Alexa, because I believe I'm cursed. Okay? Why my back? Oh my God, all these pains. I got tennis elbow. That is a curse. Oh. Alexa, what's the best treatment for tennis elbow? I'm just asking Alexa questions.
Tennis elbow is an injury you get from overusing your arm or hand muscles. It often affects people who play tennis, golf, or baseball, or who do repetitive arm movements at work.
That's me.
The main symptom is pain that gets worse when you shake hands or squeeze things. The pain should go away if you rest the arm, hold ice to it, and take pain relievers. We also have symptoms for tennis elbow. Say symptoms if you would like to know about this.
Alexa, turn off.
Thank you for using WebMD. Goodbye.
I thought Bruce Lee was killed while doing a film. Nope. Rest in peace. All right, here we go. Use duct tape for tennis elbow. Use duct tape. That's the go-to. All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right. They need to get this party started. All right. Free Alec Baldwin. He ain't do nothing.
Luhan, do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Might be here. Good afternoon, Deputy Luhan. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Deputy Joseph Luhan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a Patrol Division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or Sheriff's Office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2:00.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at the one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position. He had an approximate half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it. I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Poppel. I can't pronounce her last
Poppel?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you on?
Yeah. No objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection. Hearsay.
All right. I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never, in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct? Correct. No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
The state calls Marissa Poppel. Yeah, she took it. Okay.
Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Poppel,
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence, I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea?
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Poppel, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What's the point to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby, and then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way. And the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes. Did
you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
Or I apologize, a prop cart at our initial scene.
Do you know what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
Do you know whether or not those props included real guns?
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it. I'm sorry. Ms. Poppel, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
I believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
The firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavides' patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No. A formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had an agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
Pretty sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
All right, State 6 is admitted. You may publish.
When you sent this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe just generally, when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
I think that maybe what I'd like to do is have it moved to the elbow. Can I move it, or does someone else have to do that?
You want to get in the package?
Let's open it and set it right there so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about as best we can. Thank you, sir. Just to be clear, this is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavides' patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay. But other than those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And does this stay at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you
If you
sit
want
back there
to.
with it or.
Okay.
We leave it here.
Yeah.
We'll secure it.
Okay, great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Did that cart, did those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all three of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact number of dummy rounds that we have.
And let me just ask you this. You talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay. So do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that, when shaken, did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm, it was what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm, and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
1.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this. As you sit here today, do you recall whether that round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavides' unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box and a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Let me ask you this. How many rounds altogether did you discover that you thought were suspected live rounds on the set of Rust?
5 and the spent casing, so 6 in total.
And I want to talk a little bit about where those rounds were located. So we've got one that you suspected came out of this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here. I think you testified that you collected some items of evidence from inside the church. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just one inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather, or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster. So the one that would not go around your waist, but one that would go over your shoulder. And it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And the ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Yes.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
One.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
Can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22 and ask for permission to publish.
All right. Hearing no objection, State's 22 will be admitted to be published.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would like to show you what has been previously marked as, give me just one moment. I think it's 12 and 13. Mr. Spiro, do you need to go through these with me?
If you just show me the picture quickly, I'm sure I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull another cell.
Okay,
I'll look at this one quickly.
well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't want to publish it.
I'll look at it and then I'm sure it's
No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens. Okay. Here, let's do it that way.
I have no objection to exhibits 12 and 13. Thank you.
And how about let's do 15 and 16?
No objections to 15 and 16.
17?
No objection.
18?
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whatever Ms. Investigator Poppel recovered at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Hang on, there's a little bit more than that. It's 19, 20, 21, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23's already in evidence. What were the other ones you had?
24, 25.
I don't think I'm, all right, I'll go ahead and do 24 and 25.
Wait,
No objection?
okay, so 22's in evidence. I don't have 23. You don't either, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been
23.
keeping track and we don't
Right,
have.
so I think that, I think this is what we're moving into evidence, 23.
Okay, just, I don't need to be, yeah. 22's
23's already in evidence. Or maybe it's, here, what number is this? Because I'm looking at the same picture that's up here.
That's, I think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's up on the screen?
7 and 8, so that's wrong. That is 22. You can see in the lower left there.
This one on the screen?
We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so
Stand here with me so I can.
let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted. You're tracking me as well, right?
Me?
Mhm. Okay, so what we don't have, 14 has been admitted, so 15 through 21, 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving for the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just. All right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Right.
So did
Okay.
you want, so you said, what
We-
about
we-
25?
Yes, I will be moving for the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Correct.
Okay, so on the record, the court is going to admit 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Your Honor, there's objections, as I think the court might remember, to 31, 32, 33, they're not relevant.
All right, well,
I'll show you.
let's not confuse me at the late
Sure.
day, so I'm just going to write down what's been admitted, and then we will go from there.
Thank you.
Okay. This gets to be a real mess later, so 15. So we've got 15. Sorry to slow us down. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30. And you're objecting to 31, 32, 33.
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed that issue.
And I believe the court reserved ruling on it. We can take it up in the morning if you want.
All right, so let's just go with what we've admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. Where I was looking at there is different than the actual 23. Any objection to 23?
No, you said you needed 23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did.
publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Come on, please. Let's do it that way.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? Not yet? Okay. Do you want to approach?
What's this? Court's 4? This is court's 4. Court's 4.
Ms. Poppel, I'm going to show you what has been marked, and I think these are all stipulated too, so we've just moved these into evidence. I think we're just collectively moving them into evidence, and I can go through them now. Okay, State's Exhibit 15. Ms. Poppel, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster?
Yes.
I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
There are 2.
And which one did you suspect was a live round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round to the set of Rust?
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other, a gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavides' unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected live round that you testified to inside that box?
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, I did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile?
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these two rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the two rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Or any suspected live ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
And when you say on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck. So almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds?
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that, and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of the jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Luhan.
And when you took it from Deputy Luhan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here. Did you participate in making the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI?
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test.
Okay.
Was requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
We sent all of the suspected rounds, suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round. And I believe that in the case of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 long Colt dummies with a JS in the middle?
Yes.
And what kind of analysis did you want done on the box? Did it have anything to do with the box itself?
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the Sheriff's Department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made. We wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And in terms of, it sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the Sheriff's Department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kenny's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
And if you would, I see that you've got a box with you.
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that box out for us? May I approach?
Yes.
Let's have a look at what's in your box. Just the part. Can you give them to me? I'm going to show you what I am going to mark as State's Exhibit 34. Mr. Spyro, do you want to have a look?
I think because it's in the box, I don't have a.
Do you want to come up here and have a look?
Sure.
For searches.
No objection to 34.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34, and I would ask you to tell us what we're looking at here.
So this this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence State's Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I've examined this.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date around,
I think she-
approximately even is fine.
Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you also say 39 or just hit the 38?
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39. You said they all look the same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36, here's 37, here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
And
are you able to zoom out?
oh, here is the glare. Would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Yes. For the record, these have all been admitted and published.
Yes, they all returned in such a condition.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay. Is there anything else that you did in this case, generally?
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavides as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay. Bear with me. When you took the firearm out of Mr. Benavides's patrol unit, did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
Not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I will pass the witness.
I think we're going to end for the day so that you all can get your exhibits together for Faith. Okay, David. Sorry, I looked and said different names. Okay, thank you. Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter, either on TV, Googling, research, whatever, news accounts, what the caution I've told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay. There is the full day in court. We made it, how many hours? 8 hours, 45 minutes into this, and we will follow up in the morning. Okay. So I'm going to be back live with you later tonight. I was just actually laid down. I was like, okay, I don't know how long this is going to go. I didn't know exactly what time we were going to get out of here, but I guess it ends around 6:30-ish because, it's on New Mexico time. Is the judge an actor too? No, I don't think the judge is an actor too. So a lot of evidence about the bullets, about, the first responders when they got there. Still to me right now, it looks like I'm leaning towards Alec Baldwin is innocent. I don't know. That might change tomorrow, but we will be back. I'll be back later with you guys with some true crime that's going on in the true crime world as soon as I get up from my nap. See you guys then. Be safe. Peace.